Yes.
Listen here.
I mean, obviously I don't compare to Spartan. But
What?
obviously I don't compare to Spartan. What? I'm saying you're the best among us.
So he's sus.
Oh, okay. Okay. Prophet, I honestly thought you were being like the other. Okay, perfect. Okay.
No. Like, we have a spectrum. There's, like, the Spartan over here, and then we were, like, Steve at the opposite end.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Hold on. Don't you bring Steve into this. He's the third person I was mentioning before.
Live.
That's why I said it the way I said it.
So if we're gonna have a ranking system, Ash is towards the Steve side.
Hold on. My buff is still present no matter what happens, okay? Had just earned his.
My mood is here.
We are kids.
Oh, this is what I was talking about, though, yeah. This is exactly abusing this power every time and saying, "Oh no, I don't do anything to rile you guys up."
Oh my goodness.
Just this time, never once before. This is the first time. Hey, when's the next time you
Darky, oh
host
my
that
God.
Gaslight 101 class?
Not do as the Romans do.
Why am I sub to you? What the heck is Luna? Discover Luna? I have not.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Okay. VIP was distracting me. My girlfriend's four-post bed. No one-night stand. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. And you ripped it out. Bam, bam, bam. Now I wanna do it again. Da-da-da-da. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Ba-da. Ah, mama. Good, what's your opinion on buff a day for the rest of the year? Good, do it. for me. Eh. For me. All right, chat. Just got the tweet posted. Do me a favor, go give that some love. Let me grab you guys today's sauce. Turn me around again. God, I haven't heard the song in so long and I can still remember the lyrics. Do it again. All right. Ah, I forgot. The blackness. There we go, chat. Here is today's artwork. Do me a favor, go give the artist some love. And again, how's everybody doing today? Yesterday, if you guys weren't around for the second stream, we went down for maintenance, I guess you could call it. Literally, we had power outage here, and so I ended up losing power for about 45 minutes, somewhere in there. So it interrupted the recording. I had to completely restart the recording from scratch, but we managed to do it. So I have to apologize because in that video, I'm actually a little tired on watching it, like in retrospect, where I'm like kind of going through it towards the end of it. But yeah, it is what it is. So we did get the new Lartoria buff video out. Make sure you guys go give that a watch. I would really appreciate it, especially to get the numbers on it boosted a little bit more so that it gets a little bit more into the algorithm, gets shown to other people. Definitely would appreciate any help you guys can give me on that. In the meantime, we got a new Okuni buff on JP for the event over there. We quite literally have the Gouda 6 rerun active and going on. And then I also have, again, just more stuff to do on NA. I think I'm actually coming up on some story, so you guys might get to see something like that. It looks like I'm stuck here with Caster, or not Caster Coup, but Saber Coup for a little bit. Again, how's everybody doing? I hope everybody had a good Wednesday, I think it was. I'm losing track. And she should still kill this outright because she's got damage C equipped. Level 40 coup, huh? Yeah, I haven't leveled mine up. I just went into the node to get it spent. Actually, this may be a story node, because I think I got it spent down some, and then I was like, wait, I need to, like, continue the story if possible, and then, like, work interrupted me, so I never finished it. I'm just glad Lartria finally gets her time in the sun. She really does. I was talking about this earlier today. It's kind of weird, right? Because, and I'm sure people are going to take this the wrong way if I say this, because I know not everybody immediately is a critical thinker, and some people just will like fly off the handle on certain things. But looking at the way they've done some of the more recent buffs, especially when it's a big buff, like an example I could give you is someone like Musashi Berserker. Okay. Now, if we look at Musashi Berserker's upgrade, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take the portion of that where they said now she deals more damage to sabers. Take that, throw it out. Does not matter. Okay. So that is not what I'm talking about. Oh, wow. I'm actually in trouble here. Ibuki probably going to die. I mean, it's not the end of the world if she does, but thankfully, chain error does let you actually shift cards. That is one of the very few good things about having a chain error. But so, like, if you look at Musashi Berserker's upgrade, right? It's an interesting thing to me because back then they realized the need for Musashi Berserker to do more damage. They realized that she was kind of maligned in a lot of ways, and things just weren't really working out for her in that regard. I am going to take Lay Brave Chain here, especially since Ibuki's protected at the moment. There you go. I actually crit my way through. Sweet. They definitely recognized the need for Musashi Berserker to do more damage. And they recognized that part of it was just how dominant the competition was with Ibuki, right? So what they did is they actually buffed Musashi Berserker, and they made her stronger than Ibuki, flat out. Like, Musashi Berserker just straight up does more damage now. Now, Ibuki can pass her with her super effective niche. So there was still the idea of like, hey, Musashi at least has this capability to kind of go ahead and now be the front runner, but Ibuki still got all these really nice aspects to her in her kit that will make other people use them still. So I look at the Lartoria buff and I see that, like, yes, it absolutely jumps Lartoria into the mix. But that's really how it is at the moment. She's just in the mix. So there's two things you guys need to understand. The first is, let's go down the pecking order in terms of who does the most for Lancers. Number one is actually Erish with super effective Earth. Okay? Number two is Melisson against Man. Okay? Number three is Lartoria with double niche. Number four, Melisson. Just straight. Number five, I believe, and I'd have to double check this, but I believe it's Lartoria with one niche. And then number six is Erish without niche. So that makes number seven, all the way down here on the edge of your screen, Lartoria without any niche. I don't like this order. This order kind of sucks. Because this unit has a super effective niche and has a whole lot of challenge capability. This unit literally has no niche, but scales really fucking nice with any niche that gets added to her, and has 100% charge and the ability to morph into a different type of Noble Phantasm. What does Lartoria have over these two units? Just her double niche. That's it. That's really all she has, and it's very rare that she's actually going to get both at the same time. So in a weird way, chat, I actually feel like Lartoria's buff now, in like hindsight, should have been a smidge stronger. I'm not saying they needed to make her broken. I'm not saying they need to like make these other units really bad, but I am surprised that they didn't make it a smidge stronger, because now what is going to happen? Are you going to give her another upgrade in the future at some point? Are you going to end up giving Mel an upgrade at some point? Are you going to end up giving Erish another upgrade at some point? These are the questions I ask myself, and I go like, what the heck are they doing a little bit? So I'm not sitting here saying like, oh man, you know, they should have given her 90% like NP damage or anything like that. But I do look at that and I do go like, man, I'm actually surprised that even after all of that, they were still only able to basically get her third on the list. Now, the one thing I'll say is this is focusing a little bit too much on like 3 turns, right? If we pull that out and we just look at pure raw, like one-shot damage or no external buffs from like supports and stuff like that, Lartoria is the winner. That is kind of going to be it. And in that regard, I'm A-okay with the buff and the way it sits. But I look at that and I'm like, yeah, this doesn't actually do anything to up in the meta. Part of that could be an ounce of favoritism on the devs' part towards like Mel. The other part of that could just be the devs really did fuck up with Mel. They made Mel scale way too good. Like, it's just a problem with how they did it. So even with them trying to up in the meta, they didn't. That's the hilarious part about this. Like, that they could give a unit 50% new steroid and it still doesn't upend the meta. It's kind of ridiculous. They ask as they lie awake at night. Yeah. I do know Air's 2-turn damage kind of sus. Yeah, where Lartoria is going to be the strongest is in 2-turn scenarios. In 1-turn scenarios where they're like Air's just super effective niche isn't in play or something like that. And I think, honestly, in terms of like multiple damage dealer setups, that's where Lartoria wins. So Lartoria is still really good. In this regard, I saw the app media tier list apparently like put Lartoria above Airish and above Mel. I agree. I actually do agree. If you put a gun to my head and said I could only have one of these units now, it's Lartoria still. Because that skill upgrade is that fucking good. It's really going to help a lot of things down the stretch. But yeah, I mean, I don't think you're up shit's creek if you chose Airish or you chose Mel. It's not like either of them is bad by any stretch of the imagination. But I do feel like now Lartoria has kind of alternate cases that she's going to get used in. I think in all seriousness, though, too, this is also where I start to look at it. It's like, okay, well, if it's not Lartoria, then who's the next best option? It's Airish. Because Airish does have that challenge capability. Airish does have a whole bunch of extra stuff baked into her kit. And I understand the idea of like, hey, if I get Mel, I maybe don't need another Lancer. That is Mel's big selling point. But I'm going to go ahead and say it like it is. Everybody and their brother's going to have another Lancer at some point. Just is what it is. Like, you can do that. That maybe makes Mel the best, like, initial pull. But I think, like, down the line, the more your account ages, the more you play the game, the more you're going to have alternative options, and it takes away a lot of that utility from Mel. It's almost a similar, like, deal to how when we talk about Space Ishtar, right? And we go like, oh, well, Space Ishtar, she's got the ability to, you know, be any of the card types. And it's like, she does. That is a really nice thing that she has. But does it matter? In basic premise, not that often. It's very rare that you're actually going to use her for anything other than like arts. So it's an interesting thing to denote, but how usable, how useful is it? I think out of everything, yeah, this Lartoria buff is going to be just like, if you compare all three of the units' kits, it's going to be the most useful thing. But it is what it is. I think it's an interesting situation. I think it's a situation that the devs have themselves created. But I look at that and I go like, God, I'm actually worried now about like what they do in the future with certain classes. Not saying that they can't do it. I think when you look at the Lartoria buff, that Lartoria buff's really smart. They really did something I didn't think they would be willing to do. And in that regard, I think it works. I think it's really effective, and I think it's a really, really solid increase. And I've heard from numerous people now that are like, yeah, not only, you know, am I going to dust off my Lartoria, but I've heard from people being like, I'm going to roll Lartoria now. That is a really good buff. I feel the need to have her because of what she's going to be capable of. And I'm like, that is probably the best recommendation you could have for a buff ever. It's like, if it changes people's mind on a unit, if it makes people want to roll the unit, that's a good buff. Like, by any other metric. Buster Spishtar is pretty good. Yeah, you can definitely get her to that point, but it does require a little bit of finagling. So most people just kind of go with the ease of arts. And that's why I say, like, most people are just going to use arts like 90% of the time with her. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with like running her as Buster, right? I'm sorry, Kat, this sounds like mad copium. I don't know. I think it sounds pretty reasonable to me. I don't think, like, chat, I gotta say this, okay? Because, like, again, there were apparently a lot of other content creators saying the worst SSR got a buff yesterday. That's fucking copium. If you didn't realize how to use Lartoria effectively, regardless of, like, damage concerns, sorry, that's a skill issue. I can't say it any other way. If you actually, like, somehow thought she was the worst, So I understand what they're doing. They're engagement farming with clickbait, but to me, that just makes them look stupider, if you ask me. And it is what it is. That's the last little sign that should be ignored, right? So it's like I've seen a lot of like really awful and off the wall takes lately. Like I'll give you guys an example because I was arguing with like Bless yesterday in Discord because Bless didn't like my take on Xiang Yu, right? And I said it's like, understand, I'm not saying like that the buff to Xiang Yu wasn't needed. I'm not saying that they couldn't give him an NP interlude. I'm not saying that like this doesn't help him. The reason I did not like that buff is because one, it did not address anything other than damage that he needed. And two, it was extremely short-sighted of the devs to give a unit that was already one of the best units in the game for crit damage, stacking 3-turn 150% crit damage potentially. I'm like, I just don't think that's very smart of them because down the line in the future, I guarantee you that's going to come back to haunt them, right? And I want you guys to think about that. That type of perspective, that type of forward thinking is something, frankly speaking, I don't see anyone else in the community do. I've heard it time and time again that some of you guys come to me for like a sanity check, for a like more introspective look at things and stuff like that. And I do value that. I try to be that way for you guys because I don't think you necessarily get that anywhere else. I think most people just want to knee-jerk react to literally the numbers that they see on the screen, and that's it. Nobody wants to think about what is the dev's intended design for the unit. Does this upgrade or buff address concerns and issues with the unit? Does it end up helping them in ways that maybe your average person didn't perceive, right? And then what is the impact that that has down the line? Is this actually a good thing for the unit and for the game? I think about all of that. I'm not sure anyone else does. It is what it is. But that's also why a lot of the times, chat, I get called crazy. I get told that I'm wrong. I get said that I'm huffing copium. And then years down the line, I get proven right. It happens over and over and over again. And it's hilarious that this is still happening in the community where people basically treat me like I'm some sort of insane person for stating an inconvenient truth. It is what it is. I've just kind of accepted the mantle at this point. To some people, I'm the sanity check. To other people, I'm the insane rambling old Dodger here that's basically like just been a part of the community for too long. But chat, I've been a part of the community longer than any other streamer right now. It is what it is. It's just one of those things where it's like, I've seen the changes. I've seen how the community reacts to things. That is partially what gives me the perspective to make some of these comments over the years. And I don't mean it as any sort of insult to anyone else. I don't mean it to like slide anyone and be like, oh man, they're so inferior to me. I'm literally stating this to give you guys the understanding of where I'm coming from when I make certain statements like this. That I'm well aware of things in the way they are. I'm well aware that people, play their favorites and like certain units and dislike other units. I'm well aware that people go on like ridiculous ramblings about like, oh, this unit is the worst in the game, or this unit absolutely must receive a buff now. And like, most of the time I don't give you guys such, polarizing and charged rhetoric. Instead, I just look at this and if anything, I talk about the meta state of the game and where I think the game is headed and why I think I have concerns about that. So I know that happens a lot on stream, but I think it's a good thing to hear because you don't necessarily hear that from other people. And it's really been funny over the years because I've watched this community perpetually gaslight itself, where when something goes wrong, depending on how certain more influential people feel about it, you will see people like if more influential people like the change, they will absolutely tell the rest of the community that they're incorrect. If more influential people dislike the change, they will absolutely tell the community that they're wrong and that, like, you know, they should be all up in arms and they should all be rioting from the rooftops and stuff like that. And it's like, the thing that I've learned over the years is that, like, nothing that the NA community is going to do matters. And when I say NA, I mean like the actual English speaking community. I don't care if you play JP. I don't care if you play China. I don't care what server you play. If you're an English speaking gamer, I really don't think the devs listen to you one bit. And that sucks, but I think that's the truth of the matter. I think the best case scenario we can hope for is that maybe somebody at Aniplex of America hears one of our opinions, takes that home, and basically goes back to like the JP side of things and gives them that as feedback. And I doubt that has ever happened. Maybe, just maybe, once or twice throughout all of the time. And that doesn't necessarily mean it has to come from a content creator. That could come from a Redditor. It could come from someone on Twitter. It doesn't really matter, but who knows? It's like, I think more than anything, they look at like the more macro mentality of like, hey, this is how the community is currently acting and behaving and thinking about certain things. And even then, I don't think that necessarily ever gets translated over to the JP side of things. The big issue is really just Melt. What? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think Lartoria is good enough where she is right now. I feel if you only look at her as a sole farmer, I could see why you look at the other opportunities she can provide. She genuinely seems insane. Yeah, and I agree. So it's like, the reason I'm going to point that out, and the reason that I will make a little bit of a big deal about that and say, like, yeah, you know, like, I'm surprised they actually didn't make it stronger, is because I've already seen it, chat. I've literally already been watching the insane copium that, like, the Arish and Melt, or not Melt, Mel fans have been spouting already in the last 24 hours. It's like, oh my god, there's a new challenger. I feel threatened by this. My unit is still so much better than your unit. You see that over and over and over again. You're like, when you actually start comparing the numbers, they're all pretty similar, and we're now dealing such stupid levels of damage that, like, it doesn't really matter. Let's be honest. If Melt's buffed again, I cannot fathom another Melt buff. Because I'm going to be honest with you, what do you even buff? Like, what's left to buff on Melt? They have addressed literally every concern that she has, right? How long until NA gets it? 2 years. Unless they do it early. But I doubt that. Is insane buff to even play on the same field as Mello. Yeah, and I agree with that. That's you guys saw when I recorded the video and put it out today. That's one of the big things I tried to hammer home. It's like, chat, they gave 52% in new modifiers. 52% in new modifiers. And this didn't make Lartoria the top dog. What? For reference, chat, they once gave Enkidu 30% in modifiers, and it somersaulted Enkidu from dead last to top of the heap in Lancers. And it wasn't close. Maybe we have some issues. Maybe there's a little bit too much power creep going on. Maybe the devs fucked up and shouldn't have devoted 3 servants worth of budget to 1 unit. See, chat, if I have any axe to grind with Mel, it's entirely because of the devs. It's entirely because of their dumbass statements and favoritism that they have shown. It's not that I hate the character. It's not that I have problem really even with the fans for the most part. It's you look at something like that and you're just like, I'm sorry, that's unacceptable. They should never have done that. Ever. Ever. Like, so when you see them make a statement like that, and then they make a unit this strong, and they spend the next 4 years trying to catch up all the other Lancers to her, and they've still only managed to catch 2 up. We maybe have problems. Maybe we shouldn't have done that. Maybe we were stupid. They're going to learn at some point. You think FGO power creep is bad? Take a look at Pokemon's power creep. No, chat. Let me stop you right here, because over the years I've heard, oh, but Fire Emblem Heroes has really bad power creep. Oh, but CAD, Honkai Star Rail's got really bad power creep. FGO's power creep is ass right now. It straight is. It's time to just go ahead and stay it like it is. The power creep in this game is fucking stupid. And I can give you a very clear example of how it happened and why. We were just talking about this earlier, chat. So, have you guys ever asked yourself this? Have you guys ever asked yourself, when did the power creep occur? What was the big genesis event for the power creep? Allow me. Chat. Do you guys remember? Let me see if I can find it. Now, chat, this is a list of all of the shit. Before Oberon came out, I made this video. When we were going through LB6 on JP,
a lot more units be able to do this.
Oh, I made this video because I wanted to warn people that this unit was coming. Now, chat, we didn't know what the 3rd skill was. Dalter, thank you for the follow. Yeah, go ahead. Ask a question. So we didn't know what the 3rd skill was at the time. And already I was warning people that this unit was completely going to upend the meta and change the game. Purely because of these 2 effects. So, where did the game go wrong? You could have even given him this. This would have been perfectly fine. It's this. This is the issue right here. This just should have never been a thing. At all. Like, completely remove it. Even if you completely remove this effect from the entirety of the game, you still have a brand new 70% charger that the game's never seen before. You have all new sorts of charge capabilities. You have units touching Black Grail now that never did before. So it's like this is where you fucked up. You absolutely fucked up with this, devs. It's completely unnecessary. Yeah, oh, it has such a strong like demerit on it. No one will ever use this for challenge content. And now we 3-turn Super Recos. You didn't take it, or 210 Sand Courts and 8 tickets, and I was originally hoping to go for Jalter Banner coming out tomorrow in Taiwanese server, but I don't have any Buster supports, and I only have a shit ton of Arts DPS and supports. Jalter won't fit my team composition that well, but Jalter is my waifu and favorite character. Is it still worth pulling for? Yeah, I mean, if it's your waifu, look, Jalter, I'm gonna say this: your name is literally Jalter, right? So like, to me, it sounds like that's where like all of your enjoyment's gonna come from, right? Like, if you don't get her, you'll be disappointed. If you do get her, you'll be through the roof. My advice: go for her, but keep in mind you don't have a whole lot of courts to roll. You're very unlikely to get her. And I'm not saying this to like make you feel bad. I'm saying it to give you perspective so that you don't like lose your mind when you inevitably like don't get her somehow. Okay? So there is something to be said about like maybe saving for a later banner. That's your choice. But I'm going to also say that like if Jalter is what makes you happy, and if it's what makes you enjoy the game, go for it. I don't think there's any sort of regret you're going to have on that end. You're either going to get her or you're not. And if you get her, more power to you. Keisuke, thank you for the follow. And that's why Black Grail is the root of all issues. I mean, you could say that, but chat, is Black Grail the issue? Because Black Grail existed in the game for 6 years prior to Oberon coming out. If I don't get her, I'm deleting the game. I mean, you're probably going to delete the game then, just saying. Whereas if you keep playing the game, you might have another shot of getting her, but... I'd argue Black Grail became the issue because it's made units over-reliant on it. Yeah, but how did it make units over-reliant on it? It existed. Black Grail didn't change, chat. Just saying. Hey, what allowed people to start touching Black Grail like never before? Oh, that's right, it was Oberon. To be fair, and I was actually talking about this in VIP beforehand. Where the power creep actually does start is with Castoria. Castoria represents a big change in defensive capability and overall utility that she can provide. And yeah, she does allow a couple of units to be able to touch Black Grail for the arts units. So that's a really nice jump. The issue at play, though, is Oberon's where it breaks. So it's like, you start having power creep a little bit more with Castoria coming out. Oberon's where it, like, just accelerates. Sorry, that's not correct, chat. Like, if this was the power creep before Castoria, this is the power creep after Castoria. This is the power creep with Oberon. I'm talking just numbers here, okay? Oberon really amped things. And the example that I can give you guys is, chat, we don't have to include Black Grail. With this skill alone, Oberon became the best neutral support. I don't know anything else to say to you about that. Like, quite literally, him being able to amplify damage in this way just made him ridiculous. So, it was already just going to be a problem, no matter what they did. Koyan and Oberon literally came out at the same time, too. And it's really funny, because, like, Koyan comes out and... like, we had already known about Oberon. This video, chat, actually came out prior to JP's Annie. And JP Annie is where you got Koyan. Okay? So I warned people about Oberon before Koyan. Then Koyan comes out, everyone's like, what? Nobody expected Koyan to come out then. She comes out, she completely overhauls Buster, and everyone's like, ooh, this is really nice. Chat, do y'all remember? Who remembers? Who was around stream at that time? Because there was another unit that came out. And this unit came out, and I immediately lost my cool. Chat, remember that? And I lost my cool. And people were like, Cad, why? She's not that strong. Like, yeah, I mean, if she could touch Black Grail, she'd be really strong. And I told people... remember this? And I still remember it. I still remember the copium that other people had. Other people were like, but we don't know when Oberon's coming. This is my Cat W face, chat. Yes, we fucking did. Yes, we did. So, interesting. Hey, look. People called me crazy. I was right. And, chat, it wasn't even a guess. I had empirical data to show that I was right. And people were still like, nah, you're crazy. It is what it is. But yeah, I can look at something like that. And Mel, if you take out Black Grail, Mel's numbers come way back down. Like, they are way more down to earth. They're normal. They're not crazy. So to me, it's almost like the person who designed Melisyn, one, was probably given way too much free reign, but they were almost like on an island, not aware of like Oberon and Koyanskaya and crap like that. Because it's like them coming into the game, it's like, yeah, oh my God, it actually just like went crazy. And chat, for reference, the proof we have of this is because if you look at Ray Horizon, for reference, you could never level Ray Horizon in terms of the charge that it would give. If you just had 50% charge, this is enough to Black Grail loop Mel. So what the fuck is this? So it makes me wonder, like, hold on. What were you doing? Who was in charge of this? Was the left hand aware of what the right hand was doing? Did any of them ever talk? And I can look at Mel and I can say, like, honest to God, Mel is probably not the issue. I think in the end, her design has negatively impacted the Lancers for a large portion, but I can continue to just come all the way back and be like, it's Oberon. Oberon is the problem. He is the enabler. He's the one that actually makes all of this possible. So if you back out at least the NP damage buff, you still have a 70% charge unit. You still have Melisande being able to touch Black Grail. And does that make her strong? Yeah, it does. But you get rid of the insane, NP damage double up, and I think numbers start to become way more reasonable. Because, chat, I can't emphasize this to you enough, but doubling every source of NP damage is really insane scaling for this game. For reference, chat, I don't know how many of you guys know this, but I've done many a comparison between Koyanskaya and Oberon on this channel. You guys do realize Oberon usually wins that, right? Like, if your choice is Koyanskaya, Oberon, or Oberon, Koyanskaya, you realize that this normally does more damage. It's almost to the tune of about like 70 to 80% of the Buster units, this will do more damage. That's how strong Oberon is. Because, yeah, we're talking about double Koyan allowing doubling up of skills. Oberon's NP damage boosting effects outscale a unit being able to double their own effects in most cases. And this actually gets even worse with the fifth append. So it's kind of like, holy shit. Like, you start to look at that and you're like, oh my God, I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this. Yeah, the append also definitely didn't help. Probably the biggest power spike FGO has ever had and hopefully ever will have. Yeah, it's funny because we talk a lot about, like, I brought this up in VIP and Merlin, or Prophet was like, well, Merlin wasn't probably the hugest power spike. And I'm like, he was, but I think when you look back at this, Merlin definitely caused problems. But Merlin, they had an easy, immediate solution to. They just, boom, here you go. Break bars, end of story. They didn't have a solution to Oberon. And you know this because look at the response. Oberon went away for 18 months. And in that time, chat, do you know what got released into the game? +++ and Super Recos started to become a thing. That tells you they didn't have a good response for it. They knew. They were like, oh crap. I think to a degree they had maybe planned on doing 90++, but I don't know. And I think I think the scaling was the biggest thing that they were having issues with, and that was kind of evidenced by those first couple 90++ nodes. They were kind of hairy for the devs to try and manage that. Also, let's always target Caster and Merlins in the party. Which, to be fair, players didn't like that, so that was its own problem. And Sleepy, thank you for the 21. Appreciate it. Draco came home. Nice, congrats. They started to change the slots, which meant enemies had the highest HP. Yep. And so it's like, I'm not going to say there hasn't been power creep over the years. To me, though, where it really does break is it really breaks right here. They did not have a good solution to this. And I think this is where, like, if the game was like the power creep is causing things to come apart at the seams, Oberon is where it breaks. Like the seams just are torn at that point. So to me, they've got to try to knit it back together. That's what they have to do. They have to try to level the playing field. And people have asked me before, like, how do you do that? Is the game not too far gone? How do they rebalance this? Hear me out, chat. Do you know why I'm always harping on buffs? And why the devs aren't doing more of them? Because that is actually the recipe to success. You have already had a crap ton of power creep. It's just a problem, right? So what do you do in the face of power creep? Well, I've told you guys, power creep's kind of like inflation. You want to get rid of it or at least lessen it, you might have to have a little bit more power creep before you can actually do that. So the idea here is to have a little bit more. What does that mean? So first, if you want to level the playing field in FGO, the way you do it, you need to increase node HP. Now, I know what you're thinking. Hold on, Cad. They've already done that. And doesn't this cause problems? Like now all of a sudden there's a bunch of units that can't handle the new HP. You're right. You're absolutely right. That's why they had to do it. That's why 90 plus plus was the solution. That's why you've seen 90 star, 90 star star, and 90 star 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 now in the game. They actually have to do that. That's the only way to level the playing field. That's step one. And the reason why, chat, is because when you have a unit that can deal 1 million damage, you need to raise the nodes to that capacity so that this isn't so absurd. The problem is you also have a unit that's dealing 100,000 damage. That unit is woefully left behind. So what do you do, chat? How do you level this? Like I said, you move that HP value up, and then you take this guy and you bring them up to this level. Then the insane bloat that this 1 million damage dealing unit has isn't that insane anymore. It's now par. It's the standard. That's how you level the playing field. So what happens then? Well, that's more power creep. You are picking up the back end and hauling it to the front. But that's the only way you can do this. That is the only way. So a little bit, there's gotta be more pain, more power creep before they can right this ship. But that's also why I've been criticizing the rate at which they're actually buffing the units, because they are not buffing them often enough. Like, it took an entire out of the blue strengthening campaign, which the likes of which they have not done in 4 years, chat. To put that into perspective, they haven't done it in 4 years. It took that for them to finally start addressing a bunch of quote unquote units in need. So the idea is like, yeah, I know people are struggling with 90 plus plus, but the idea is you have to pick up the back end, carry it forward, level that damage output capability so that you get back to this balanced status of units are all competitive with each other for the most part. And it sucks. It's terrible, but it is what has to be done. There are a lot of units that need kit buffs, not skill buffs. What do you mean? Like their kit is their skills? You should make this your streamer persona, the buff man. I already have. I'm not even kidding you. Chat, you want to know why I get called insane? Usually because of those sorts of statements. For instance, since year 3, I have been pointing out that the single target archers needed upgrades. I was called insane. I was told that I was off my rocker. I was told there's no way they needed it. Still to this day, I can't get people to agree that like Squirtoria actually needs an NP interlude. But when you actually see the numbers, chat, I haven't seen a single person that when they see the numbers staring them in the face, they don't go like, oh shit, you're right. Like, they have to be probably like on just the most insane amount of like cope to not agree at that point when you show them the sheer disparity. Because you're right. I know I'm right. So it's like, I get told I'm wrong all the time. Chad, I'm not right about everything. Okay. And definitely I can have some different interpretations on things. I can be too harsh when I say things. I can say things that maybe make sense to me, but don't make sense to other people. These sorts of things happen. But usually I'm coming from a good place with it. And I don't shit on units just to shit on units. Like, I'm not sitting here saying like, Melicin, bad. Me want Melicin removed from game. I'm pointing out Dev's dumb. Dev's way too stupid and not like paying attention when they made Melicin. An entire kit buff rather than one skill buff that helps minimally. I disagree, actually. I think Setheno's in a really good spot now. Like, Setheno is not meant to be the like meta like farming unit. They have a company memo to keep them relevant for a set amount of time afterwards. I think it makes sense. I think whenever you look at these things, money plays a factor. So it's like, chat, ask yourself what incentive did they have, like, for instance, to make Melicin so strong? I mean, the answer is money. It's always going to be money. What's really weird, though, and I've said this before, is like, they hyper fixate on it so much. They've made what I like to call these super meta units, right? That this actually begins to cost them money because nobody wants to roll the other units in the roster. Jekyll and Hyde's an example of rework needed. Yeah, probably. I mean, I could still probably come up with ways to actually buff him so that he'd be good. I think what you do with Jekyll and Hyde is you make him way more of a challenge-oriented unit. You give him a little bit more survivability. You give him a lot higher and more consistent, like, carding and critting output. And I think Jekyll and Hyde's actually legitimately good then. Oh, you also allow his NP to convert him back if you want. Those are the 3 changes I would make to him. Which you'd be like, oh, well, that's a total kit overhaul. I'm like, not really. I'm not actually changing what the unit does. I'm just enhancing it. Also, chat, you want a hot take? Aoko is just 5-star Jekyll and Hyde. People don't like that one, but it's true. She's definitely way more capable than Jekyll and Hyde are, but she has still got some of the same problems that Jekyll and Hyde does. Still love her? Yeah, I know. And that's like, so a little bit, chat, that's one of those like, man, Jekyll and Hyde is debuffed because he's a 3-star and he's a dude, as opposed to Aoko being like a fan favorite and a hot woman. But that is just 5-star Angry Mango. You're not wrong. I think the difference there, though, is that, like, it's more like Angry Mango is like negative 5-star Bazette. Like, it is literally the case of, like, Bazette is an example of how to do it right. Right? But Mango can deal true damage. Oh, you right? Yeah, all like 20,000 of it. Constantinos is a prime example of a single buff changing the entire outlook of a unit. Yeah, I agree with that. Completely agree. Kamui, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Is it really a hot take or just a lukewarm take? It's like a lukewarm take. Most of my takes, chat, aren't that hot. Because when I start to explain them, people actually begin to understand and they realize that, like, I'm not actually hot taking. I'm not sitting there saying this to be like, Aoko bad. Everyone should hate Aoko. No, like I'm literally saying that because there's actual truth to it. And it is kind of where her issues lie as a unit, but it doesn't make her a bad unit. Can we buff Mango right? No, Mango is supposed to be the worst unit in the game. And he would tell you that himself. Jekyll can NP turn 1 by himself. Aoko can't, no. I mean, you could with a, like, craft essence or something, right? But yeah, like, under her own power, no. And it's, so what's really funny, so a lot of people don't like that buff that Jekyll got. And the reason why is because, for you guys to understand this, with Jekyll and Hyde, okay, any buff that you use as Jekyll, any skill that you use as Jekyll is just worse. So why didn't people like him getting 80% charge? Because, one, that doesn't really help him in his Berserker form where he can't take advantage of his NP. And two, it incentivizes you to use the skill before you get to his Berserker form, which means you get the worst version of it. So a lot of people don't like that buff. They actually think it's really, really bad. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, but I do see where they're coming from, and I do kind of agree with it. Like, I just take a more, like, measured take on it, which is like, well, it gives you another option, right? But I think that is kind of lodged in the idea of, like, NP as Hyde is just inherently bad. Every time I decide to give Mango a chance, I regret it in the end. You probably should. Like, I can't think of any good way to say that other than don't use Angry Mango. You guys know I'm a big proponent of trying to get you guys to understand the units and use them to their best capability. Angry Mango is one of those few units where I really can't say too much that's good about him. It's like, I'll just advise you, like, if you want to collect him, that's fine. He's an interesting character, but yeah, don't use him. Jekyll NP buff resets skill cooldown and gives Hyde NP an actual use. Yeah, that'd be nice. It's not a nerf, it's just awkward. Right. And that's why I say it's like I don't necessarily agree with them entirely, but I do at least agree that it has issues with how they implemented it. I still remember, and this one makes me laugh. People calling the buff to Asclepius, where he gives himself guts now, finally, people calling that a nerf. And I was like, literally no. It's like, I'm sorry. I understand you were maybe using, like, you were using Asclepius to sacrifice himself. But no, that's not the intended use of the unit. Like, it's clever use of game mechanics, but it is not the intended use. Off topic, Cat, did you watch the Nintendo Direct? I did, but we'll watch some of it later, assuming I can get the time. We got to go do the Okuni buff, and we got to, well, I have to get my AP down here, so. It's like a soul level 1 playthrough of Dark Souls. You can do it, but the only reward is your satisfaction. Yeah. Reminds me, where's Nobukatsu? What about Nobukatsu? Despite how bad he is, I do feel like that's the case. Was lore-wise, Anger's really good. I mean, kind of. He tells you like, I don't want to get too deep into it for spoiler reasons, right? Like, obviously, Angry Mango does have a lot of like powerful lore implications, but the version we summon is not really that. And that's kind of all I'll say on that to avoid spoiling other Fate works. Nero. We got the Dollar Tree version, yeah. I mean, he tells you as such. Cad, when is Mordred getting her buff? Are you talking about the 3-turn Buster buff? Is it really spoiling us over 3 years old? Yes. I was gonna say, I think Mordred's buff's coming out real soon here. Finally got CE drop. Nice. Congratulations. What the heck did it just throw me in here with? Kill that one. I actually kind of want the Tiamat stuff, but it'd be what it be. Actually, probably should have just popped. Well, no, because this isn't my Tiamat, so I guarantee it doesn't have max skills. Most of the thing is like, oh, I really should do this for cooldown, but actually, that may be good that I saved it. Now you get the extra heal there. Whatever. Use it. Probably should have saved it, but just in case anything lives. 888, yeah. Mordred's abs need a buff? Who knows? FGO might one day make a new Angry Mango 5-star? Might, yeah. You saying do multiple buffs at a time? I think the reason they don't do it that way is to avoid an immediate, like, insane power gap on certain units. They've always done it like buff by buff, right? And I don't really have issue with them doing it that way, but I do think the counterpoint is that, you know, kind of like we were talking about with Arturi, it's like, how long is it going to take them to do another buff, right? Like, that was always the concern after they did the first upgrade, was how long is it going to take you guys? When are you actually going to get around to the next one? Because this first one wasn't enough. Now, this second one here, this is really, really strong. This puts her back in the running. But it's like, look at how strong they had to make it because of how long they waited. So, to see $80 Nintendo games? Yes. Yes, I did. I think buffing the same skill twice is an admission from them that they underestimated the power creep. I do agree with that. I think anytime you see a second buff to a skill or a noble phantasm, the devs fucked up. $80, yeah. Good old migraines. It's conceptually underwater. Okay. I don't think it works like that, but sure, Nasu. If that's the case, I'm definitely amphibian. I dislike troubleshooting computer parts. I understand. I understand that on a spiritual level. It's never ending. I love the story for this event, but holy shit. It feels like it goes way too fast. How do I like the event so far? I really like it. I mean, we kind of did deal with this floor. Still a long way to go. I know. I know. You got some surprise Lultra content, I'm happy. We did, but it was pretty much LB5 Lultra content. It's like, oh wow, it's Lultra. Oh, okay. I get that's it. Like, I mean, I get it. I guess it's like it's still a good thing that they remembered her and they cameoed her, but like, come on. At least she talked, yeah. Yep. Barbados Slim.
But we don't have a command seal. I'm literally just trying to beat my AP timer now. Oh? Moderate. My work here is done. Really interesting story. It really is. Gra. Ooh, wait, what? Having to play the straight man? Yeah. It's definitely nice, especially if you've like read the story up till this point. It gives a lot of extra vibes. It gives a lot of part one vibes. So it's combining a lot of that. And I could definitely see like I have no problem with anybody feeling like this is the best event in the game. Because that sort of thing's just going to come down to taste. What do you think of the nickname she calls Proto Merlin? I think I've known about that. That's one of the spoilers I knew. Wah!
Okay, you didn't have to say juvenile body like that. Jesus Christ. Oh, damn. So it's Waterworld now. Costner? Yeah. In fact, she just shows up out of the water. I can't say anything, chat. I know too much. Oh no. Yep. Yep, King of the Storm. Ohio bye, yep. She's like the most impactful character in the series now at this point, with the least amount of lines. Like at this point, I think even the Chaldean has more lines than her. Okay, looks like it's gold anyways here. Yeah, I'll just run that for now. Don't bother changing the composition, I'm sure. Oh, I should have changed the composition. I should have gotten Satanta out of my front line. Actually, I can probably remove him from the party entirely now. Whee! Hmm. Jack's actually going to be the problem. I'm less worried about the pillar, even though I know it's going to hit everything, because Jack has buff strip. go. Now we got Barbados, so no more buff strip. Well, I say that, it actually removed the defensive buff there. Okay. Yeah, I should have the firepower to do this. Blood Hunt connection was what will alter manipulate the Golden Hind. No, it's King of the Storms connection. But yeah, like they're kind of intertwined, right? Which, so I was talking with Prophet about this earlier too, because like I've seen a lot of people, like I'm not doing this just because of Prophet, but I've seen a lot of people that are confused as to why Lartoria's skill upgrade is named Wild Hunt. And to understand that, again, that is something that is in King Arthur's actual lore, like outside of the Nasuverse. That's been a thing for hundreds of years at this point. And depending on like where you go in the world, the Wild Hunt's led by different people, but it's been a part of King Arthur's lore. And it is an interesting one as well, because depending on the iteration that you kind of look up or read, you have versions where King Arthur is like, you know, coming back for vengeance and he's evil. Or you have versions where King Arthur is just kind of like off gallivanting basically, and it's still good and proper King Arthur. So it's a really, really interesting concept. Obviously, Nasu adopted it. Obviously, it's been Lalter's like thing for a while now, but there's nothing to be said about like any of the other saber faces not being able to have it. They literally all could. Yeah, I posted it in CAD chat the other day. That may have been where you saw it. It's interesting. It was talking about like Merlin being a shapeshifter and stuff, which is, you know, something that we knew, but it's always like cool to actually see like a missing part of the story get rediscovered. And it was also curious to hear that like the reason that the manuscript was in French was because it was Norman. And it was also something that the British would have understood at the time, because back then the French nobility ruled the English crown. So it was a thing where the entire English court, and to a large extent, a lot of the like well-educated English society would have all been able to speak and read French. Blood Hunt just reminds me of Lord of the Rings with the spooky army. Oh no, like that's 100% where that comes from. Like Tolkien looked into Norse mythology and British mythology for a lot of his inspiration on things. Oh yeah, they definitely could. But I think it's less of a you have a skill because you drank tea together. Yorokobe. Yeah, chat. If you haven't already picked up on this, this is something I told you guys a while back. This is the thing. So you have Beasts of Humanity. aka Alaya. And you have a Beast of the Stars, aka Gaia. Just pointing that out. Because arcade was the first time we really heard any of that concept. But Draco or FBI open up Ascension? Yeah, they did. I haven't even bothered to change mine. I've just left it there because I'm like, I'll go change it when I finally unlock the thing. I'm already stuck seeing it in the story anyways. Merlin can easily be a beast. Yeah, like as an incubus, Merlin is just always going to have like that extra capability. And in her case, she's a succubus, so it's like They're both dressed in white, yeah. Yeah, I wonder what's gonna happen when we get the septum, Draco. It's me? I don't think it's me. Damn, what a nice reward. She'll eat us. Okay, finally I can do this. Oh, there was another. Oh, God damn it. So, was it this? This was gold node. So then this should be bronze again. Yeah, he's bond 5. He should be good. I should be able to remove him, but just in case, I'll leave him there. Assassins can be kind of nasty. So I'll go ahead and throw Proto Merlin in the back line here, but I doubt it'll matter. I literally don't even have to take the damage, see, if I don't want. Plus and plus plus should be opening tonight. Yeah, I'm on nat AP. I don't think I've wasted really any AP in this event. I've maybe been suboptimal where I like cleared a node once or twice more. So I may be behind by like, I don't know, maybe like at most 120 AP. But like, I don't know that that would make me able to be like completely up to the story lock or like the time lock anyways. Use Sieg? Oh, I'm too lazy. That would require me to switch to Sieg. I would literally just keep going with what I have at the moment. Because I'm just trying to get AP down for stream here. Which I will have a similar issue on JP here, so it's not exactly what I was hoping for today. Fuck it. Just give me that. 400 plus golden apples, it doesn't matter much. True. Although we do have a lotto coming up, so be careful. My time lock would just add AP. Yeah, it may depend on like when exactly you started too. That was a big chunk of story though. There is a lot of story sometimes that you have because like you'll get it where it's like, oh, you just have to run the node one time. Whereas like the whole reason I didn't have this story done is because I had just finally completed the like kill Lancer servants one to unlock, which required like I think like 5+ runs of the given node. Like all the prior ones prior to this had been like anywhere from like 1 to 3 clears. Well, I was definitely surprised by that. Was that the one that needed 7? It may have been. I don't know the exact amount. I just know I was sitting there. I was like, man, I can't believe I'm still not done with this. Been around 4 blue apples. Okay. Grit, just give me all of that. Waboom. Okay. Song request died. Really? Calafina? God damn it. Gonna have to find a new version of that. I did add a crap ton of songs to song request though now, chat. Even if somebody doesn't song request, you guys still have a awesome playlist to go through. Switch to last second Blapple making for Lotto? I mean, yeah, that's fine. They default my Apple since the last Lotto? Good. Though to be fair, it's only been like 4 months, right? So like I'm not gonna like blame you if you didn't get a whole lot saved. I use net AP, so I'm behind just a little. Yeah. So I said, like, it may depend on when you're actually starting for this sort of thing, because it can kind of be all over the place with some of it. Hey yo, listen what I say, yo. Swoomp. All right, this will clear NA for me, and then we got to go do JP. Cat, is your Summer Musashi Bond 10? No. I don't remember why, but I had been using Summer Musashi for some of this, but I also started using Summer Ibuki for some reason. I think it was one where I was like restricted and I can only use one support, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just use Ibuki, so I had the charge. And because of my laziness, I just haven't removed Ibuki from the comp. Because I was doing most of the nodes with just Draco for a long time. Because it's like, you can still just like 4 and 5 turn the node with Draco. Was that one of them? I believe so. Pun intended. Karen Voyager and now Karen plus Artoria for those nodes, yeah. Turning every node with Draco and 2 supports. Yep. Yeah, Draco and Tiamat can just absolutely cruise through this event. Are you kidding me? Does that mean I have to do that node one more time? Oh no. Well, you know what? That'll be good for later at least. Oh, get out of there. Chad, I will recommend buying and MLBing the damage she for later in the story. If you haven't already. I haven't done it yet, but I do remember it will help. Oh, there we go. That is such a good command code. Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. NA done finally after 2 hours. And part of that was just me talking for like an hour chat, so I'm sorry. You only get 4? I thought you got MLB for this one. I feel like I remember talking about that in the guide. That there's a 5th in the missions. Okay, yeah, no, you did say that. Yeah. And what's funny is I basically got a drop already, so I can already MLB, but you should be able to get it, I think. Chat. So what's really funny is I don't have any craft essences for this event other than like the base ones. Oh, they added the low star ones. Are these even worth doing? Whatever. I'll just do it once. What's the harm? What could possibly go wrong, chat? I usually skip bronze apple nodes. I just do it anyways. Basically because it's like, well, I know the reward is shit, but it's like I'm technically getting a refund on the AP. So I just look at it as it being a more efficient node in that regard. Yeah, who cares if it's sabers? Oops, teehee. And yeah, that's probably why this one got blank, Jay, is because I didn't have the official Calafina one. I've learned other stuff gets taken down, so just get the official Calafina one, or get the like official banned one, and then you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, I don't have to do this, but I wanted to. Power has advantage in every node? True. I still needed to do... I haven't done the Okeanos free quest, I don't think. Though I've heard it's, interesting. Not quite enough. I won't be able to 3-turn this now because I just didn't change the comp. Actually, I should have taken that quick card. Arturia's quick card can actually do quite a bit of NP gen, especially now that I have the class score buffs on it. I am wondering though, like, are we gonna get to the point where we actually need the class score for the 7 base classes? So I get the feeling what's going to end up happening is they'll give us like Ordeal Call 4 here, chat. They'll give us the grand system. Watch. I'm calling it right now. Here's my prediction. They start going hard into the Bleached Earth stuff, and they start giving us all the remaining unlockers and stuff that we need. Guarantee it. And they maybe even do something where it's like, oh, here's a like catch-up campaign where if you have done... like the missions or whatever for this campaign, now you get a bunch of Stardust. Is that Ace? No, that's Zerctoria. He's going to be the big one that everyone's rolling for this year. You guys, so this is really funny because I get this question every time I pull her out. There's always somebody in chat. You guys don't get to see it very often because my Zerktoria is already so high bond level that I've like stopped using her basically unless I have to use her because I don't want to bond her out. So it's like that's why she's so rare on this stream nowadays. It's not due to like me sitting there trying to do anything in that regard and like prevent you guys from seeing it. I literally like keep the unit on the side so that I don't bond them too fast. I think that is that the 5-star? Yeah, it's the 5-star C. That's better than nothing. I guess I'll take it just because this should be a silver node. Actually, you know what? This should work too. Or wait, will it? Yeah, it'll work. I have a ton of MLB 5 and 4 stars for the event. JP none. Yeah, I literally only have like the 3 stars that I rolled out from doing my my Grail casting. It's really funny. Like I actually have a ton of the 3-star CEs for most of the events because specifically of that. Hopefully Ryoma gets a buff with his banner. That's what I'm hoping to. And then it really will just be Vritra. Vritra will be the only like AoE Lancer that's kind of untouched at that point. And I wouldn't be surprised if Ryoma gets a like really hefty buff either. Why did I do it that way? I probably should have saved that for Morgan, but whatever. And after 16 months, while I hear you, Avalon, I think let me go ahead and make this statement. I think Ryoma Lancer is one of the least popular SSRs in the game right now. And I don't think it's a case of like people don't like the character. I think it's just one of those deals where, like we've been talking about, like they just have a much stronger option and they go like, it is what it is. Oh, for Grail casting, not Ryoma. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, it's like, I'm not saying that to like hate on Ryoma at all or anything like that. He's clunky. He's actually not as clunky as most people really think he is. He functions pretty damn well, but it is a case of like he's certainly not the strongest of the Lancers, and I think a lot of people just look at him and they go like, I don't need that. Yeah. He came out like 2 months after Mel came out. Yep. That just doomed him. And he was the immediate bellwether of like, you can see the impact of releasing a super meta unit like that, like what it really does to the game. It's like people just go, nope, don't need that character. For better or worse, the game sort of it didn't used to, but I think now with how they've done the designs and how they've started to like do super meta units, I think it does incentivize you to have a single heavy damage dealing unit as opposed to before you could get away with having a much more broad and diverse account. And that's usually what I coach people to do. Now it's way more difficult for me to advise people on that front because I have to sit there and go like, well, I don't know. You may just be better off actually just rolling for a devoted unit. So it's just kind of a problem. He's so wholesome. Yeah. I don't want to do this. Let's do that. Do that. Let's do that. and then whee. Thankfully, this is really easy. I didn't realize that I had all these other quests to do, so I was worried I was going to have to do story on JP with you guys, and I was like, God damn, that's just going to make things take longer. But this is burning down my AP really fast. Just gonna do that. Gonna let Morgan take it. His refund actually isn't that bad. His refund is basically 50%, and that's really all you need as an arts unit. All you need is a quick unit too. So like you get that 50% refund, you have 50% charge baked into your kit, you have double Castoria, and it's like that right there, chat, is a Black Grail. Okay, so allow me. Well, actually, hold on. Is that a Black Grail? So you've got his 50, you've got double Castoria 50s, you've got him refunding 50% twice. So the only thing you're actually missing a third support. It's 50%. That's it. And that's not including a pend. That's not including like you kind of min-maxing things to maybe get a little bit more. So it's like you can definitely make do with this. And you can probably even get away with someone like honestly, you probably get away with like a Nero Bride or something like that. Somebody that does like 30%, like a Shufu or something even. Wee! Okay, that's gonna be dumb. If it lives, and it will not. Yeah, I do agree with that, though. I think people looked at his 50% refund and they thought it was bad. They were wrong, but to be fair, a lot of people still at the time were kind of stuck in the idea of like, oh, well, double Castoria is a thing. We can full refund to 100%, yada, yada, yada. So it's like when they see a unit that's arts refund only 50%, they just think that somehow that unit's bad and it's not going to work. Because the same thing happened with like Moriarty Ruler. Like people thought the exact same way on him. And I think a lot of that is this is why I talk about like the numbers mattering. You don't see a whole lot of people talk about actual refund numbers. You don't see a whole lot of people actually talk about like damage output. People will just be like, hey, here's a demonstration. Look, this is what the unit's capable of, yada, yada, yada. And frankly speaking, I think a lot of the demonstrations that are out there are usually not an optimal demonstration. Though, to be fair, it's like, you know, to what length do you need to go to actually do a demonstration, right? But I think at least to the degree of like showcasing the unit and showing what it's capable of, you maybe don't see the high damage numbers. You maybe don't see the best refund numbers in that case. And then I do think that gives like people some sort of like misconception sometimes. And to be fair, that's because I think a lot of people don't understand the way the game works, and they'll see something and they'll immediately like jump to a conclusion from it. Ace needs arc level of commitment. Okay, so let me clarify, because I could even say Avalon's statement of NP2 is wrong. So NP2 is the recommendation, but let me state why it's the recommendation, chat. It's because a lot of you guys will have Cascu at MP5. That's really the only reason. Because even at MP1, Ace could be doing nutty things. Doubly so later on with the 5th append in the game. So yeah, it's because it's like, we'll tell you NP2 because some nodes might require it. We'll tell you NP2 because you may have a really good alternative otherwise. But that's really where that boils down to. Like, and again, we've talked about this idea of like, you know, you doing 90++, you may be stepping down if you don't feel like the node's for you. So really, even if you're worried about like, oh man, that second copy, that's just too much, you don't have to. That's the thing that we try to say. 2 is the recommendation for a lot of reasons, but it's not a hard rule. There's nothing that's going to require you to have. Not in the sense of like, oh man, I can't do content now because I have NP1. You just might not want to do the node with her, or you just might not want to do that node and you instead do a different node. Yeah. Heavily relies on Black Girl. Yep. Yep. Now, chat. Why don't I show you? I haven't been paying attention here. What was this node? It's bronze and silver, which means it's a bronze node. So that would make this a silver node? That's weird. Yeah, I guess we're going to use that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I have an NP3. I have a 102. She's heading up there. And this is, chat, this is using damage C. I'll pull off the damage C. That way you guys don't have to worry too much about that. Yeah, and I have fifth append for reasons. Okay. You won't have fifth append when she first comes out here. Just FYI. Peepo. What the fuck? Chill, my dude. That's a mega yikes. Okay, so with Ace, there's 2 gimmicks, chat. She has a 50% charge skill that gives charge per turn. She also has a skill that is on cooldown when you first start. That is party-wide 50% charge. This skill is pretty nuts. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to pop the charge skill. We're going to also go ahead and give her her second skill. And we're just going to go ahead and kind of very quickly here give the Queen Skya buffs. And you can see we got that. Now, let me think here for a second. Yeah, we're good. I can go ahead and also give her the Oberon buff now. Part of this because 5th append, but you'll see. I play map a lot. Yes. Basically, caster Mel to a degree, yeah. But admittedly, her damage isn't Mel level damage. It's still really good. The problem that you have is that like casters in general don't deal that solid of damage output. So this is like her kind of just flexing for her class, but also kind of being held back by it. So there you go. Now we got that third skill and we were able to get the entire party, which is really nice because you can see like, oh, now all of a sudden my supports have their NPs as well. Like I said, chat, at 7:30 right there, that's not using a damage C. She's not damage bonus in the event. Nothing like that. She's just an insane buff stacker, and she's really, really solid. So it be doing things. I still don't know what I should unlock first when it comes to an A. Who's your favorite unit? Who do you use the most? Who do you like to use? And there you go. That is ace. I was gonna say, is that insane in the rain? Yes, it is. If Insane in the Rain didn't have like his end parts of his videos where he talks a bunch, I would absolutely have every single one of his videos in my playlist. I do love his music. It's just one of those deals where I frequently have to like skip them because he talks a lot in them. My bad. No, it's all good. Like it's nothing you can do about it. Like I think now they have to buff a lot of the other casters, even newer casters like Allison Kamachi can't come close to her either. It is what it is, right? Like I think this is just it's a balance problem, it's a scaling problem, and this is where I look at some of this and I go like I'm not really sure what the devs were doing. I'm not sure why they did what they did, right? Actually, wait, do we still have the campaign? Okay, yeah, we still have 6 days left. I I have a couple I need to complete. So I have to get that done. Whoa, yeah. There's a lot of courts there. Okay, chat. Let's go over the Okuni buff. Oh, weird. Just reminding myself. Because I actually don't use Okuni that often. Yep. Right. Ninja Kid, thank you for the resub. Appreciate the 11 months. Chat, can we get some love? Oh, that's okay. It does have it. What the actual crap, dude? Freaking melt damage numbers, man. What the heck were they thinking? Wait. Okay, I guess. Kind of surprising. You know what? No, that makes perfect sense in my head as to why that is the way that is. Ow. Ow. Sorry, scratching my leg. I'm just reviewing numbers before I say stupid things, chat. Okay. Hey Avalon, did you record footage? I realized I was like, I don't even know if I have to ask that question. It's a matter of NA or JP. Choice is yours. Do you want to showcase your new powerful unit? Because my NA is even stronger. I leave that up to you. But both? Yeah. Why not both? Oh, I'm sorry, chat. Okay. Last night was a late night for me. Expect me to yawn some. All right, guys, we're back with another buff to Izumo no Okuni on JP. As you guys know, the Gouda 6 event is rerunning, and immediately on the onset of this event, she ends up getting some love. And it's really nice that they actually did revisit her, because obviously this is a perfect, synergistic time for them to do so in the story. But frankly speaking, our single target casters are not in the best spot right now. There's sort of this looming shadow that is kind of towering over all of them, and her name is Melt. So Okuni definitely needed some love, as almost all of the other single target casters do. And we're going to kind of make the case for that, and why I think this is both a good buff, but maybe also not enough. So Real quick here, just to remind you guys on Okuni's capabilities, she's single target, she's quick, she's a 50% charger, she's anti-demonic. She has a lot of good stuff in her kit, including 100% crit damage. The biggest issue that she kind of has is just overall damage output. Her refund is fairly solid. She has naturally high NP gain, even for a quick unit. The big problem that she has is, again, sort of just the capacity to be able to like amplify damage as much as possible, and maybe some party utility. And that's actually what they kind of tried to do here with the buff to her first skill, Arigoto Dance. So this skill originally is just a quick and buster up of 3 turns at 30% each. It's her survivability with 2 attacks evasion over 3 turns. It's definitely a nice skill. Its biggest issue, though, is it is on a 7-turn cooldown, and as far as steroids go, it's just not particularly strong for her herself. So they actually come back in and they revisit this, and they say, you know what? We are going to reduce the cooldown overall here down to 6 turns, helping her get back to it a little bit faster, since she does have cooldown reduction in her kit as well. So this is going to mean that she can get to it even quicker, and you're going to have a lot more uptime out of it. But then on top of that, they also grant it the ability to increase the party's NP damage for 3 turns, which is really funny given that the buff that they had literally just yesterday was Lartoria giving the entire party NP damage. So they come back and they do it again. This one is not nearly as strong as Lartoria's, though. This one is just a 20% NP damage up to the party. But what this does tell me is the devs are kind of realizing this is what players want. We want NP damage because Oberon and his scaling is just so nutty. So it definitely is going to help her out in that regard. You're going to be able to double up the source of this with an Oberon in your party, and Okuni is someone who can utilize Oberon in a conventional 3-turn setup for her. Now, the idea here, though, is that this doesn't necessarily get used that often. That is to say, you're not going to sit there and just like 3-turn with Okuni all the time. A lot of the time, you're going to be using a single target caster either for one-shot damage or in a sort of multiple damage dealer setup to maybe take out an odd wave where it's just one enemy, or maybe to handle the final high health enemy at the end of a node. So that's usually where they find their claim to fame. You do occasionally get them in, like a challenge composition where you're going up against the nasty assassin boss. But I do think this is something that Okuni was already pretty okay at in that regard. So this is just kind of trying to expand those capabilities of when you would use her with other party members as just one of the pieces of the puzzle. And again, to just kind of amplify her damage output. And this does satisfy that to some degree. Now, in order to talk about this, let's go ahead. Let's look at Okuni's actual refund numbers here. As you guys can see on the screen right now, she's somebody that, obviously, depending on what you're facing, is going to have a little bit of a different refund scenario. But ultimately, at the end of the day, she's not going to be your Black Grail Looper type of unit. This is just one of those downsides to being a quick unit a lot of the times that really can hold a unit back. But admittedly, if you are getting a lot of mileage out of carding after the NP, maybe because you're in a challenge environment, you got break bars abounding and stuff like that, it can definitely be something that you could use to her advantage to maybe start her from an even more beneficial starting charge standpoint. With that in mind, a lot of the time you're going to be wanting to run like a 60% CE on her if you're trying to 3-turn, maybe even just a normal K-scope. But I do think you can probably stretch this within reason to something like a 50% C at minimum, and maybe even if you're really lucky, something like Black Grail. If you're just looking for one-shot damage, then obviously Black Grail is going to be your go-to, and there are numerous really good 50% CEs that she can absolutely use if she is in a multiple damage dealer setup. But with that in mind, if you are trying to 3-turn with her, you're going to see that her refund numbers a lot of the time get her somewhere back to 20 to 30% refund. That's going to be the goal, is to try to get her to 30% ideally. That way you can have that nice combination with like a 50% charge and then maybe someone else is 20%, like a Reigns or an Oberon or something like that can kind of break up their charge a little bit. So that's where it'll help her out quite a bit more. And I do think that should be your goal. It's not impossible to hit, but you will need pretty high overkill counts in order to get to that number. So just keep that in mind. And this is where I'm going to say again, carding can be a factor if you're using her in a challenge environment. So even if you maybe don't get enough refund, you can maybe get a little bit more out of something like that. So in that regard, I don't think her refund's actually the biggest of her concerns. She does still have the 50% charge in her kit, so you can do a lot with that. But from there, let's go ahead and let's talk about an actual 3-turn charge scenario. This is where I talked about, again, something like a 60% C really helping you out. In this scenario, we're going to have her maxed out mana loading, a 60% CE equipped, double Summer Scotty and Oberon. But we're actually going to have Oberon in the party to begin with, which means we'll only have a singular Scotty's buffs on turn 1. What you're going to do is the append and the CE are going to make up 80% of her charge. Oberon's going to have his first skill that you're going to pop right there. That's going to get, again, 20% more to max her out. You're then going to want to basically end up popping Okuni's first skill right there and, get a little bit of those steroids as well as Scotty's, the singular Scotty that you have, her quick up and attack up on her. That's going to get you enough. You're going to fire off the NP the first time. You're going to refund about only like 16% off of something like that. So it's not going to be too good for you, but it should be enough in order to make do. So at this point in turn 2, you're going to go ahead and want to pop her third skill, her charge skill there for 50%, and then go ahead and get the Scotty's 50% charge skill, rotate her for the other Summer Scotty, bring her in, have her first and second skill get popped on Okuni, fire off the NP again, and then that should get you about 20% refund. Still not great, but still something that you can kind of brute force, since you will now have in turn 3 the last remaining Scotty's 50% charge skill, as well as Oberon's 50%. So you're going to pop that, you're going to pop Oberon's third skill, you're going to pop the Mystic Code attack buff, and that should be able to complete your 3-turn loop, should you need to with Okuni. Taking a look at the damage numbers here, first we're going to start out with raw numbers. These are her old numbers before the buff. Now, again, giving you guys some idea about this, you're not going to see a huge jump in damage output here, but there will be some. So remember, she does have the demonic niche. She's not like a welfare or anything like that, so we're just going to kind of talk NP1 numbers here. If you have a stronger one, obviously it's going to help the scaling. And you guys can see here, there is a little bit of a relationship as NP1 in the demonic niche, those raw numbers without any sort of external buffs, is the same as having her at NP3 without the niche. So that's just kind of the scalability of that demonic modifier in her kit. But now with the new buffs here, you're actually going to see slightly different numbers, though the relationship remains the same. Obviously, the numbers go up. Good thing for us in that regard. So this definitely is going to help out her damage output long term, as well as give her that extra party utility. But even then, the anti-demonic damage is still going to be exactly equal to your NP3 damage without the demonic niche. So interesting to see how that relationship is preserved just by adding a little bit more NP damage to the mix. Now, as we start to look at Okuni's numbers in a proper composition here, again, we have multiple ways that we can showcase this. Obviously, 3-turn scenarios are a thing, but, given the nature of casters and how a lot of them work, and really just in general a single target unit, I think it's actually better to look a little bit more at one-shot damage potential, because that is predominantly where a lot of people do use them. So obviously, if we're looking at the 3-turn, that scenario is going to be using double Summer Scotty, Oberon, a level 100 Knights of Marines is maybe your best pick there. And you're going to see, some scalability in the damage output. Every single wave is going to get better, with wave 3 finally culminating at about 323k neutral damage. So not effective, but still really, really solid neutral damage in that regard. If you do have demonic energy there, then that's pretty much going to make your first wave almost as good as your second wave without it. The second wave will be even higher with another massive jump, and then the third wave will quite literally be almost 150k higher than it without the niche. So really, really solid damage if you're actually using her against a demonic unit in that third turn. When we look at her one-shot damage potential, so this is just popping all the buffs turn one, trying to get the most we can out of her, then we can get away with something like Black Grail, because obviously you're going to have plenty of charge in that scenario. Her one-shot, one-turn damage is going to be about 526k, which is definitely not bad, but it's also not like the most crazy damage in the game at this point. Her anti-demonic damage is 789, which is kind of absurd, but you're actually going to see it's not that absurd as we start to look at some of these other numbers here. And what do I mean by some of these other numbers? I mean, well, we have that shadow that I talked about earlier, and that shadow is Melt. So as you guys look, Melt's 3-turn numbers are certainly looking a little bit better than Okuni's in that regard, but where she really just kind of makes that huge jump is in that one-shot damage potential. She just absolutely takes off. This is where I look at that Melt buff historically, and it was really, really strong, and I really question what the devs were doing at this point, because even in niche for Okuni, she does not beat this number, and it's still, like, it's close, but it's not that close. We're talking, like, almost 100k of difference right here. So it really makes you wonder why the devs decided to make Melt as strong as she is. Granted, keep in mind, these are neutral numbers. So comparing neutrality there, obviously in most of these scenarios, you're not going to want to take Melt in a scenario that she'd be neutral. You're not going to want to take Okuni in a scenario that she'd be neutral. So it's important to keep in mind that, like, say in Melt's case, this number against another cavalry class like an assassin, where Okuni would be at her strongest, this number is only going to be multiplied by 1.5 times. That's still a really big number. But Okuni's gets multiplied by 2 times due to her being the actually effective class. So in that regard, Okuni will still have the edge, and it will still be her advantage. But that is just the sheer firepower that Melt brings, and that is definitely going to outshine some of the other casters in that regard, and make you kind of head scratch and wonder why they haven't either buffed some of the other casters, or why they decided to make Melt this strong in the first place. So as we look at some of the other options here for kind of what we can compare to, I asked Avalon to run me some numbers for some of the other casters in the game, like Castoria. That is to say, Castoria Berserker. So Castoria Berserker is going to be one that's going to be coming out later this year, obviously, you guys know. And we can look at this and we can see, in a similar way to like Melt, we have a lot of capacity for damage output and 3-turning. But we do also have the potential to have power mods in her case and one-shot damage. So basically, Castoria Berserker has quite a bit of extra scalability here. Granted, same deal, you're going to have that 1.5 times modifier as opposed to Okuni's 2 times. This does mean that Okuni pairs quite favorably in a lot of these scenarios if we're looking at both 1-turn and 3-turn damage. Just keep in mind that this is a unit that you can use practically anywhere. So obviously Castoria Berserker has a lot of mileage, a lot of utility, even if her niches aren't in play. And if they are in play, she's absolutely a, like, just disgustingly good unit, as I'm sure many people will tell you later this year. And then next up here, I also wanted to look at Draco, because interestingly enough, Draco's gotten a lot of crap from people over the past couple months here, and I'm really still just not sure why. You can absolutely automate a 3-turn loop with Draco, and her damage is definitely disgusting in the right set of circumstances. So same deal with Draco. She also has power mods that can really come into play for her, and you're looking at, you know, again, pretty insane numbers for her, both in a 3-turn environment as well as one-shot damage potential. So I see a lot of people kind of sliding her, and the reality is she is really still very powerful. Don't write her off. She'll still definitely be useful to your account later on. And then last but not least, I think the one I wanted to compare to a little bit was another caster. Like, how are we kind of faring in that regard? So you can see, at least with regards to San Zhang here, you have maybe a little bit less in terms of 3-turn numbers. This is going to be due to her having to resort to something like a 60% C in order to be able to 3-turn. It's kind of just her best case scenario at the moment. But then if you start to look at one-shot damage, all of a sudden Sanzang definitely gets a little bit more firepower. You do have the capability of like tapping into the man niche if it's available due to Korean Sky of Light being used in the comp, but you don't have a true niche like Okuni does. So if it's demonic, advantage is absolutely going to be to Okuni. But otherwise, definitely see some pretty strong numbers there out of Sanzang that can really help her out. Pretty much just on par with Okuni at this point after this upgrade. And Sanzang was one of the single target casters that actually had received quite a bit of attention. This is an interesting thing to see. But again, I do think the single target casters are not like in the, hey, I'm completely destroyed category yet. But that melt strength is definitely something that needs to be like watched very carefully, as some of them could definitely use some pick-me-ups to try and kind of keep pace with her. But anyways, what do you guys think about the Okuni buff? Do you guys think that she should have actually gotten one? Do you like the buff that she got? Do you think they should have done more for her? And, you know, who would you like to see them buff next coming up on JP? I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts. Thank you guys for watching, and if you haven't already, make sure to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel out. I will see you guys for the next one. Later. Who was that? Who was that, chat? In hindsight, I'm fine with the buff now. I think the buff's okay. I actually think it's like, they could have made her stronger. They didn't really need to. Because I think she pairs very favorably due to that super effective demonic niche. And I'm going to say this. Demonic is a really good niche to have in the game. And unlike some other units, where when they get a niche, you kind of wonder, like, what are you doing? Right? I'm going to give you guys an example. Martha. Like, it's nice that they gave Martha anti-dragon. It's nice that it's party-wide. But when you start thinking of practical application, and you start thinking about, like, man, where's Martha going to be best? Against casters. How many caster dragons do you see? Dragons are, if anything, normally like lancers or riders. So you start going like, wait a minute. So that's one of those deals where you go like, okay, maybe this could have been a better niche for something that like she runs into more often. Obviously, it makes sense for her character, right? But another example that I can give you guys is like, if you look at Grey, for instance, Grey's anti-undead. What are most undead? Well, they're assassins. They're not riders. So you start to like look at that and you start to go like, huh, this could have been better again. So it's like, it makes sense within the lore. It fits the character, but the class arrangement for the niche is kind of suspect. And that's one of those deals where, like, if I look at that, at least in Okuni's case, assassins, demonic, yeah, those two things go hand in hand. Like, that's actually a really good niche for her. That actually does fit an assassin a lot of the time. So in that regard, I think she's kind of well off due to that. EA's where her carding was a huge factor for me. Yep. I think a lot of people basically will write off carding in a challenge environment. So it's like, it's interesting, but that's also why, like, I'm not going to put too much stock on like the 3-turn environment for a single target when that unit isn't Buster, right? If it's a Buster unit like Sanzang, sure, I get it, because a lot of that's going to be just you brute forcing it. But when it's quick, when it's arts, oh man, there's so much NP gain that those units can get after their NP. So that can sometimes allow them to work with a much, much better craft essence, which makes those numbers, it's like, well, that's the like empirically correct 3-turn. We can get better if we go RNG. To be honest, I thought she was already anti-dragon. That's the issue. It's like you look at that sort of thing and you're like, wait, doesn't this kind of make sense? Chat. I can't show you my email, chat, but like I see this and I'm like, okay, I'm glad they're actually like emailing me to like let me know, right? But we're adding short overviews of key takeaways in each section of the terms of service to make the terms easier to understand. They're still not going to be easy to understand. Your terms of service are hot garbage. Updating how legal disputes are resolved because so many of them have happened. Previously, our terms of service set out an arbitration process. This update provides for dispute resolution by the courts. So in other words, like, hey, we set out an arbitration process, but we didn't have anything on actual like what happens after it gets resolved. Updating the Twitch user license to allow viewers to share content like clips on other services. Chat, I don't know if you knew this. You weren't allowed to share clips on other services. Huh? Huh? Like, who the fuck did they think was going to enforce that? Did they think the streamers were going to stop us from doing that? No, chat. Don't you go share our clips anywhere else. Don't you give us free advertising. No. Of course we're going to be like, yeah, fuck it. Spread my clips everywhere, dude. I read that last bullet point. I was like, I got to show chat this. There's just no way. Like, it's like, oh, now they're updating it so that it's a thing, right? Like now you can do it. It's like they were going to do it anyways. It was like FGO for the longest time. You weren't allowed to stream the game at all. I mean, they updated their content creation guidelines, but like, so for instance, chat, you can stream up through like certain things. Have they actually like resolved it for Ordeal Call 2 and 3 at this point? Because I think last I heard, I think they had allowed us to get to Ordeal Call 1. Okay, so now you can actually stream everything. Which is like, what? Like, and it's funny because I still remember like everyone getting upset when they came out with that, and they're like, "Oh my god, there's no way! Like we can't allow like or not that, but like it was people getting upset at them for being like, what do you mean? Are you saying we can't stream these other things?" Like the content creators were getting upset because when they clarified, hey, you can now stream these things, content creators immediately took it and went glass half empty with it, and they went like, are you saying we can't stream these other things? And it's like, me having been a part of all of this for all of these years already went like, you were never allowed to. We've always been illegal. Who cares? It's like, this is not a big deal. They haven't enforced it for, 8-9 years. What makes you think they're going to do it now? I think the Olga fights are still a no-go, though. Oh, damn. Shame that I uploaded my Olga fights. The Olga fights are a stupid one to me because, you know, obviously there's like story implications of that, but I'm like, what do you want us to do about it? You want us to pretend like it doesn't exist? If you're a new player to the game, one, you don't know anything about that. You don't know why it would even be a problem. Two, JP plasters her picture on everything. So, like, how are we supposed to pretend like it's not a thing? And then three, you do major updates of which she is the biggest part of the update, and you like advertise it and pimp it everywhere. So it's like, you can't even hide it from your own Japanese community, let alone from like overseas. I have to look at it again. No, it's fine. I find that funny if that actually is the case. It's like, what are you doing, devs? Hey, chat. I told you guys I wanted to watch some of the Nintendo Direct with you guys. We don't have to watch like the whole thing, but I definitely wanted to watch certain parts. Because I wanted to give you guys my 2 cents on it too. Oh, the video is unavailable. Shit, does anyone have the actual Direct anymore? It looks like they took down the live stream. I'm getting a lot more backlash from the JP fan base ever since they updated the guidelines. Point of death threats? Really? Jesus. Yeah, I mean, I guess I kind of get it because JP takes spoilers super serious. To me, there's some common sense things, right? Where it's like, what should you not talk about? Well, like the major things that happen in LB7, right? Like, if you want to like showcase, God, what's his name? The dinosaur man with glasses that's totally not Shiki. It's like, if you want to like show him, I don't think that's that big of a spoiler. But like, in the meantime, if you're trying to like basically showcase a bunch of stuff that will impact the player's understanding of the story and how things unfold, it's like, yeah, that sort of thing shouldn't be shown. I just like Tepe, thank you, God. It's like, to me, it's like, I don't know how you hide the Olga fights. I'm sorry. Like I said, they have literally plastered her everywhere. I don't know what you're gonna do on that. It's the same thing. Like, y'all know I'm pretty strict with spoilers too, but I go like, I can't do anything when JP's like, here's the new banner, and we put the person's face right on it. It's like, you're not hiding that at that point. I am still not finding it. Wait, the British one is still up? Why is the British one still up? Oh, so is it just that like they converted it from a live stream into a VOD? Yeah, that's so weird. I don't know why they did that. Chat, I may have to like censor some of this for like copyright reasons, but it'd be what it be. Let me kill song request for right now. Also, I think I'm hearing it double. Hold on. There we go. Actually, I haven't watched the direct. Saw some neat stuff, though. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to skip through some of the, like, not important stuff. Yoshi.
Let's go!
Now, I did call this. Because they hadn't done a Mario Kart really on the Switch. They had just ported over the Wii U one. And I never got the Wii U one, so in this regard, I was like, yeah, I guarantee they're going to do another Mario Kart. Game looks good, though. We're just running people over. $80 games? Yeah. Now, this is ambitious. I'll give them that. I like that they're doing this.
Hello everyone, I'm Koichi Kawamoto, and I'll be one of your guides for today's Nintendo Direct. I'm the producer for Nintendo Switch 2.
Why is it in French?
I'm Takuhiro Dota, the director for Nintendo Switch 2.
And I'm Tetsuya Sasaki, the hardware design lead for Nintendo Switch 2.
What you just saw was Mario Kart World, launching exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2. Now, what do you think this brand new Mario Kart game will be like?
I don't think it's a suit, is why. It's just like a sport jacket, basically.
A brand new entry in the Mario Kart series is launching exclusively on the Nintendo Switch 2 system. Welcome to this vast world. Kart races are held throughout various regions that span the globe.
World.
Depending on the time of day and weather conditions, the atmosphere will change.
I do like that. Weather effects is cool.
And in this Mario Kart game, you can go off the racetrack and drive virtually everywhere in this world.
That I'm skeptical of. Like, not that you can't do it, but
in
like...
In the Classic Grand Prix, race through 4
will
courses
there be
in
an
a bid
advantage
for first
to
place.
Because you usually move
but don't
slower
sleep
off-road.
at the wheel. You'll also drive to the next course as part of the competition. With 24 drivers in each race, the most in series history, the competition is gearing up.
Oh, I didn't catch it the first time around, so you have to actually drive to the next area to start the next race.
Race non-stop from one corner of the world to another. There are multiple checkpoints along the way. If you're below the placement shown when you hit a checkpoint, you'll be eliminated.
Oh, interesting.
Can you make it all the way to the finish line?
It's kind of like Battle Royale racing.
You can also freely drive around this vast world in free roam. By going off-road, you can explore new areas and routes.
They're gonna have like
so drive
unlockables
wherever
and
your
stuff.
heart takes you.
I'm sorry.
New areas and routes.
Is that Sultan Wario?
So drive wherever your heart takes you. You can also go for scenic drives with friends. And even take photos together at different locations. A brand new race across the entire world starts here. Mario Kart World! The game launches on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2.
I actually think this looks like a good game.
More details about this title will be shared in an upcoming Mario Kart World Direct. So be on the lookout for more information in the future.
They're gonna get slammed at that direct.
Mario Kart World launches on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2. We'll share more details in the future, so we hope you're looking forward to it.
Next, we'd like to introduce some of the new features of Nintendo Switch 2.
Okay.
These are the Joy-Con 2 controllers for Switch 2. And on the right Joy-Con 2, we've added a new C button.
The C stands for correct.
Let's take a look at some new experiences it offers.
The chat, I'm gonna kind of skip through this, but rest assured, what this does, it's just chat. It's basically you have voice chat in the Joy-Con now, and they have a Discord-like thing where you can like go in and talk with other people like that you're playing with and stuff. You also have like a bunch of like other features in certain games where like if you buy their new proprietary camera, you can also show your like, so there it is, there's the camera. You can also show your face on the game. So it's interesting. I think the like, yeah, it's like the Mario Party games and stuff where it like it actually shows your face
camera feed like this.
is probably the interesting thing.
Okay.
But I can also see that just being a case of like people don't want to do that because like people are like super insecure and don't want to show their face at all. So I get it, but I also feel like this is probably not the right direction for Nintendo. And especially considering this does appear, yeah, it also requires a Nintendo Online membership in order to
Experience you can share with family and friends.
to do it.
On Nintendo Switch, even if you just have one game, you can pass a Joy-Con controller to a friend and play together. But on Nintendo Switch 2, you can play together locally on multiple systems using just one game, with GameShare. As shown here, even games that require multiple screens.
So this is good. I like that they're doing game share, and I think this is in their mind. They thought this was probably going to be a bigger thing that offset some of the other issues, because they're like, well, only one of you needs the game. This is two of you playing the game for free. And they're right. That's a really nice thing. That's really cool. However, this will probably be a much bigger thing in Japan than it will be in the States.
Can be played if one person owns a compatible game. With GameShare, you can temporarily share compatible games with others who also have Nintendo Switch 2 or a Nintendo Switch system. You can share a game with up to 3 other systems at a time.
I think the idea is
GameShare
to
also
do that
supports
with your
online
friends,
play with
but
other
still.
Switch 2 systems, and you can use it with friends via Game Chat, which we showed earlier. GameShare can only be used with compatible games. This feature is planned for several titles, starting with a free update for Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics on Nintendo Switch. GameShare support is also planned for select games exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2, so we hope you'll look forward to it.
Up next, we'd like to show you the Nintendo Switch 2 system itself.
Please take a look.
They're gonna get cooked here, chat.
At 7.9 inches, Switch 2 has a bigger built-in screen. Here's how that compares to Nintendo Switch. The system's thickness remains the same.
Same thickness, chat.
With approximately double the pixels compared to Switch, you can enjoy games in greater detail on the 1080p screen.
I like how that actually didn't look like that big of a difference. But
The screen supports up to 120 frames per second, allowing for smoother gameplay in supported titles.
now that's interesting that the screen supports 120 frames per second. And I'm going to say that that might matter more for like if you're streaming something from it, because I don't think the games will be capable of 120 FPS. So maybe like if you're trying to do like Netflix or something
and supports
from it.
HDR, providing more contrast between light and dark areas of the images. The all-new Joy-Con 2 controllers connect magnetically. Strong magnets keep the controllers firmly attached to the system.
Means you can
Detach
never
your
unattach.
controller easily by pressing the release button on the back.
Just kidding.
The SL and SR buttons are bigger for greater comfort and control when playing with a Joy-Con 2 held horizontally. The left and right sticks are now larger.
I find it funny that that's the only thing they said about the joystick. That is a major L, because one of the absolutely biggest complaints about the Joy-Cons is their stick drift.
The left and right sticks are now larger.
So they just are like, oh, we made them bigger. I'm like, did you not improve the quality?
Each Joy-Con 2 controller can be used as a mouse to play with compatible games. Both the left and right Joy-Con 2 support mouse controls.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm
By
not sure how the
adjusting
mouse
the audio
controls
balance
gonna work.
between the ranges, sounds from the built-in speakers are clearer and more natural in handheld and tabletop modes. It has a built-in microphone, so you can voice chat with friends anytime via game chat. It also uses noise-canceling technology to filter sounds, so your voice will come through clearly. Even if you don't have a surround sound system, games can be enjoyed with more immersive, three-dimensional sound, as if it were coming from all around you.
Oh my god, it sounds like Florida. Look, chat, it's the missing Zelda game we won't get for this console.
Place your Nintendo Switch 2 however you like with a large, sturdy stand. You can move it freely, like this. In addition to the USB-C
like this
port
change.
found on the bottom of the system, there's one on top as well.
That's smart of them.
It's handy for connecting a USB-C camera or charging in tabletop mode. Nintendo Switch 2 comes with 256 gigabytes of internal storage.
That is like, what the actual fuck were you doing? Like, who thought 32 gigs was acceptable? I'm sorry. That's frickin' pathetic. 256 is like, damn, at least I can now store some games.
8 times that of Nintendo Switch for storing your game downloads, save data, and more. Reading and writing data is also faster. Use the Nintendo
Yeah, I
Switch
think
2
the
dock
OLED
to
expanded
connect to your TV and enable up to 4K resolution for compatible games.
So, up to 4K resolution for your games. There were a lot of rumors swirling even before the Direct that they were not going to allow 4K. And that, like, oh, developers didn't have 4K kits. It's like, yeah, did you talk to one developer and they just didn't happen to have one? I do think a lot of the games won't be 4K capable, but it sounds like at least the console is.
HDR is also supported in TV mode. The Nintendo Switch 2 dock has a built-in fan that keeps your system cool.
Now
This
it won't
helps
cook
keep
you.
performance stable.
Or your stand.
On Nintendo Switch 2, you can play Nintendo Switch 2 games, as well as compatible Nintendo Switch games. Physical and digital games are supported.
Yeah, that sounds good, but what's the cat? Yeah, I want to say, by the way, chat, they should get in trouble for this because literally last year, one of their own like higher ups came out and said, "Oh no, the successor to the Switch will be completely backwards compatible." So like they came out and said that. So if it is not, they need to get in trouble.
As you just saw, Nintendo Switch 2 isn't simply an improved Nintendo Switch.
I mean, it kind of is.
We redesigned the system from the ground up and packed in lots of new gameplay features. And to help players better understand the Switch 2 hardware, we're currently developing this game. Mr. Kawamoto!
Hello. My current location is actually inside the game itself.
Hog.
This is Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour.
It's Sword Art Online.
Exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2. I'm standing over here. Okay, everyone, join me inside the game. There are a lot of question mark icons here. Let's examine them.
Chad, this is
sign
how they
reads,
get cooked.
Where are the magnets? The Joy-Con 2 controllers attached to the system with magnets.
So, blah, blah, blah. They start talking about a bunch of stuff with, like, this is how the Switch is built.
You can adjust the position of the golf club and aim for the cup by rotating the Joy-Con 2. By combining the mouse controls and gyroscopes, things like this are possible. There are secrets to discover even as you're playing minigames and tech demos. Some of the secrets range from the unique features of the system to tiny details you might not notice until they're pointed out. There are plenty. Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour will launch as a paid digital game on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2.
And there it is. So, chat, I want to be clear about this. This is basically Astrobot. This is, hey, here's a, like, fun, interactive way that we can introduce you to our new console. But instead of, like, launching this for free, which I want to be clear here, chat, Astrobot copied Nintendo in that regard. Because Astrobot was trying to do what Nintendo had already done with, like, Wii Sports and things like that. So the fact that this is a paid title, it does not launch with the game for free. You have to actually go out and buy this piece of garbage, is ridiculous to me. This was the very first warning sign in the entire Direct that Nintendo had gone on its greed arc. They absolutely deserve to be cooked for this. Nobody should buy this.
So please check it out if you're interested.
Now, I'd like to share some more information regarding Nintendo Switch 2. This is the game card for Nintendo Switch 2 titles. It's the same shape as Nintendo Switch game cards, but it's now red and it has much faster data reading speeds.
I saw someone on the internet say this is a Char reference because it's red and it's much faster now.
Next up is additional storage. Switch 2 will only work with micro SD express cards. They're a different type of SD card and will make high-speed data transfers possible. Please note that regular micro SD cards used for Nintendo Switch will not be compatible. Additionally, to transfer data...
Now, why is that? Because if you look, chat, oh, that's really weird. They look like they're the exact same shape. Why does it not work? Why is it incompatible?
Will not be compatible.
So that you can't pull it out of the Switch 1
to
and put it in
transfer
the
data
Switch 2.
from Switch to Switch 2, you can log into your Nintendo account to use the System Transfer feature. With this feature, you can transfer save data, digital games, and more. We're also releasing a new Pro Controller. It has a C button, which launches Game Chat, and on the back, there are new GL and GR buttons, which you can use to assign existing button controls.
I mean, like, that's nice, but...
In addition, an audio jack has been added.
I legitimately
We've
wonder
introduced
if any
a
of
few
that's
new
necessary.
features, and after today's presentation, the official Nintendo Switch 2 website will go live.
So it's like,
there will also be an Ask the Developer article on the website, where the
Will
three of us
the,
will talk about the development of Nintendo Switch 2. We hope you'll check
will
that
the
out
old
as well.
Switch Pro controller still work with the Switch 2?
And now, the Nintendo Switch 2 launch date. Nintendo Switch 2 launches on June 5th. We're very much looking forward to the day when you all get to experience it, so please wait just a bit longer.
Which is really quick here.
Now, broadly speaking, on Nintendo
Nice,
Switch
Ahado.
2, you can play 3 types of games. The first type is Nintendo Switch 2 games. These games take advantage of the performance and features of Switch 2. The second type is compatible games that were released on Nintendo Switch. Nintendo Switch 2 Edition games are the third type. Some games that were released on Switch will receive upgraded versions that offer things like improved visuals, unique ways to play on Switch 2, and more.
Nice.
Now, I'd like to show you the Nintendo Switch 2 edition of Super Mario Party Jamboree.
Oh, sweet.
Please take a look.
Super Mario Party Jamboree is getting an upgrade on Nintendo Switch 2. The upgrade expands on the base game and adds new features, including mouse controls, audio recognition, more expressive rumble, and gameplay that uses a camera accessory, all of which can be accessed on Switch 2. Let's check out 3 new and updated modes. First up is Mario Party mode. With a single camera, up to 4 players can join the festivities. You'll be able to see each other's faces as you play, so you can experience all the reactions and emotions in real time.
Like, honestly, I could see this being, like, really fun as a content creator and, like, amongst a group of friends. I cannot fathom this, like, online with random.
Or 4 friends can take the party online. Up next, it's Bowser Live, a mode where the livelier team wins. Bowser will bring
'Cause,
you on
like,
stage too.
I saw a bunch of people comparing this.
Guide an
Friggin'
RC
mean.
car with your
I
voice.
saw a bunch of people comparing this to, like, the Xbox
and
Connect.
compete in other minigames
And I'm
using
like,
full body movement.
Yeah,
and
but if
sound.
anyone can pull this off, it's
Finally,
Nintendo.
take a ride on the mouse-controlled carnival coaster.
Because they actually
With the
design
safety
games
bar
that
lowered
work
and
with these
secured,
types of things.
You're off. Use mouse controls to shoot down enemies while you feel the bumps and rumbles of the coaster. When you enter a pipe, a minigame will begin. There's a bouldering game where 2 players each control an arm, and one where you shake a can of spray paint and quickly tag objects. Enjoy the thrill of these intuitive minigames. How quickly can you reach the station?
I don't know
From
about
minigames that
intuitive.
use a camera, the built-in microphone, mouse controls, and rumble. The biggest party yet is getting even bigger. Super Mario Party Jamboree, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition, plus Jamboree TV launches on Nintendo Switch 2, July 24th. Nintendo Switch 2 players who already own Super Mario Party Jamboree can upgrade to Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Jamboree TV by purchasing an upgrade pack.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Plus Jamboree TV by purchasing an upgrade pack.
By purchasing an upgrade pack? You mean I can't just take a Nintendo Switch 1 game and play it on the Switch 2? You mean I have to pay? This was the point at which most people in the stream began to be like, wait, what? Like, this started to wake people up, and everyone was like, hold on.
Please look forward to a new Mario
Because
Party experience. where you can
literally
see each other's
Microsoft and
reactions
Sony
while
have
playing.
both done it, like, as they
Let's
upgraded to their
continue
new
presenting some
consoles
more Nintendo
for
Switch
free.
2 Edition games.
Oh, look, an upgrade for Breath of the Wild.
Nintendo Switch 2 editions of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom feature enhanced resolution and frame rates, and also support HDR, which makes the image more vibrant, so you can play with smoother, higher definition graphics.
And you know what else will? If
Plus,
I pirate it.
You can get even more out of your adventures in Hyrule using Zelda Notes. This new feature can be accessed via the Nintendo Switch app on smart devices. It's a game-specific service that's exclusive to the Switch 2 editions of these titles. For example, it can help guide you to various locations, like shrines and Koroks you haven't found yet.
Guidance activating. Proceed north.
Or you can share your creations using QR codes and send them to another player
I
to
think this
create
is
in their game.
legitimately the only value the app has.
We hope these features will make your adventures even more enjoyable. In Kirby and the Forgotten Land, you'll be...
So, to be clear, chat, for those two games, the only thing you got was enhanced graphics and a companion app if you paid for the upgrade. That's it.
Be able to enjoy an additional story exclusive to the Nintendo Switch 2 edition, along with improved graphics.
Yeah,
and
my
frame
issue,
rates.
Avalon, is they didn't expressly say that. That's my issue.
This story takes place in the Forgotten Land,
And I
after
feel
being
like they
struck by a
would've.
powerful meteor that's causing some mysterious changes. We hope you're looking forward to Kirby's new adventure.
God, he's a shake weight.
Metroid
never played any
Prime
of the
4
Kirby games,
Beyond
chat.
will have both a Nintendo Switch and a Nintendo Switch 2 edition. In addition to standard controls, you can use mouse controls for intuitive gameplay
I
on Switch
really
2.
don't want to use mouse controls on this.
Plus, you can explore the immersive world in 4K at 60 frames per second, or enjoy smoother action in full HD at 120 frames per second. Choose from these two modes, both of which support HDR, based on your preference and playstyle. Plus, Pokémon Legends ZA, which is scheduled to launch later this year, will not only receive a Nintendo Switch version, but a Nintendo Switch 2 edition as well. By taking advantage of the power of Switch 2, you can enjoy your adventure in Lumio City with enhanced resolution and frame rates.
Will they finally add more trees?
The Nintendo Switch 2 edition games you just saw will be available as both physical and digital versions.
Yeah, I wonder too, Jay.
And if you already own the Nintendo Switch version of a game, you can play the Nintendo Switch 2 edition by purchasing an upgrade pack. You can play the and both physical and digital versions. And if you
Wait, hold on.
The Nintendo Switch 2 edition games you just saw will be available as both physical and digital versions. And if you already own the Nintendo Switch version of a game, you can play the Nintendo Switch 2 edition by purchasing an upgrade pack.
Yeah, see, that doesn't sound like you can play them without it. That language is really bad. That sounds like you pay for upgrade or you don't play.
We hope you're looking forward to these Nintendo Switch 2 edition games.
Next, I'd like to introduce a brand new game featuring mouse controls with the Joy-Con 2 controllers. Please take a look.
Is this what I think it is? Yeah, this one I saw a lot of people making fun of this. I'm not going to repeat what they were saying. But, no.
As mice to intuitively pull off various moves. Coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah. Yeah, it was bad.
I have long observed the lands between.
What?
This world is in dire need of repair. You can see them, can't you? The rays of grace that guide you through your burden.
I can definitely see the graphic difference. I couldn't see this earlier when I was at work, but I can definitely see it now.
I have no doubt you will become Elden Lord.
Oh no, I did.
May you take the throne.
Tarnished edition.
Hey, I'm Greg Kasavan from Supergiant Games, here to say that Hades 2 is coming to Nintendo Switch 2. Our first ever sequel introduces the Princess of the Dead, an immortal witch out to vanquish the sinister Titan of Time. You'll battle beyond the underworld to the ends of the earth, getting to know dozens of characters from Greek myth in a story that reacts to your every setback and victory. It's the kind of game you can quickly pick up and play whether you're experienced with the original or not. Look for more about Hades 2 later this year.
皆さんこんにちは、カプコンの中山です。我々がお届けするタイトルはストリートファイター6です。
ストリートファイターズ。
本体を持ち寄っての対戦はもちろん、任天堂スイッチ2だけの新モードもあります。ソフトは通常版の他に総勢26キャラクターを収録した Years 1-2 ファイターズエディションの2バージョンを、さらにゲームと連動するアミーボとアミーボカードも一緒にスイッチ2の発売日にお届けします。お楽しみに。
Initiating Arsenal boot sequence. Weapon safety mechanism.
This one looked
confirmed.
interesting.
All
Was this a game before?
Testing data link with Spine.
Because I had never heard of this.
Commencing launch.
After 2 long wars where our freedom was restricted, we will finally be liberated from humans.
I'm in need of a new arsenal, new equipment, and money. I'm for sale, and you're buying.
Rebels! Thanks for the warm welcome! This planet will be ours.
Well, this is a
Sovereign
Mecha Break,
Axiom.
right?
The Trinitas has almost completed a weapon that was created to destroy all humanity.
No! Because we're in the middle of a war. Don't you get it?
I won't just stop you. I'll tear you apart!
All children bring hope to our lives, don't they?
Demon Ex Machina.
Hey, this is Joseph Fares from Hazelight. I'm super excited for Split Fiction to come to Nintendo Switch 2.
But I can charge more money.
The game is all about friendship. You play as Mio, who writes sci-fi, and Zoe, who writes fantasy. Together, they get trapped in their own stories.
I do
and it's
think
up to
this is
you and a
perfect
friend
for, like,
to help
the
them break
Switch.
free. Now, let me tell you this. If you like It Takes Two, you're gonna love this one, trust me. And of course, you'll be able to play Split Fiction on the day Switch 2 launches.
At EA Sports, we're bringing fans together across the world, both on the pitch and on the gridiron. We're excited to announce that EA Sports FC will be coming to Nintendo Switch 2. Madden, it's in the game.
We are bringing Hogwarts Legacy to Nintendo Switch 2. With enhanced graphics and seamless world transitions, you'll be immersed in the Wizarding world like never before. And the new mouse controls on Switch 2 give you even more ways to experience the adventure.
Yeah, like I said, I thought the mech game looked kind of nice.
Discover the enhanced magic when Hogwarts Legacy launches on the same day as Switch 2.
Captain, is that mic supposed to be on? Son of a...
Skate 4 isn't real, chat. I'm sorry, was that a... I just noticed that. Was that a SpongeBob?
Hello, this is Christian Elverdam from IO Interactive. We are bringing our flagship title, Hitman World of Assassination, to Nintendo Switch 2.
Hitman Drip Feed.
As the best assassin in the trade, Agent 47 does everything he can to accomplish his mission.
I love the Hitman game.
And how each mission progresses will vary depending on the player's imagination. Our ever-expanding game will release on the same day as the Switch 2. Plus, we are excited to bring another familiar agent to the platform.
I was surprised by this. I knew it immediately after like the first note. God, we need another Bond movie,
James
man.
Bond. The world's favorite spy is coming to Nintendo Switch 2, so stay tuned.
The story of light and shadow that never fades.
Apparently this is already released on PC.
Bravely Default returns, remastered in high definition. Featuring the Brave and Default commands that help you control the flow of turn-based battles. Change and customize jobs to build out
like
your
the
very own
remaster.
party. Enjoy your adventure with upgraded features and enhancements. And all new minigames with unique ways to play.
I kind of hate the way this
presents the classic fantasy RPG, Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD Remaster. Set foot in Luxembourg as a warrior of light once more.
セガ龍が如くスタジオ代表の横山です。我々がお送りするタイトルは龍が如くゼロ。
You just gotta hope that whoever they put in charge of it is actually like
1988年東京と大阪2つの歓楽街を舞台に土地を巡る争奪戦が勃発。伝説の始まりを追加シーンとともにお楽しみください。発売日は Nintendo Switch 2の発売と同じ日です。今後のシリーズ展開にもぜひご期待ください。
We'll have more games to show from our publishing and development partners, but for now, we'd like to show a game being developed in collaboration with Nintendo. Please take a look.
Okay. AAA game studio. Do you guys think they develop
When the
AAA games?
Zonai, who descended from the heavens, joined hands with the Hylians, who dwelled on the surface.
I called this one right away when I saw
Their
it.
union led to a great and prosperous kingdom.
Because Koei Tecmo plus something in
But in
Hyrule.
time, a terrible evil arose. A war was fought to vanquish this evil, one which future generations would call the Imprisoning War.
Perhaps you truly have traveled back in time.
So that's Hyrule Castle? Then that must mean this really is the past.
Damn. Love the music in this stuff. Zelda music just always slaps. So good. Not a huge fan of Zelda using a sword instead of a bow, but I got the name wrong. I said it was Hyrule Warriors 2, but I see they gave it a specific name.
That was Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment.
I think it's a wand? Yeah.
It's being developed by Koei Tecmo Games
Wand.
with support from Nintendo. We hope you're looking forward to the untold story of the Imprisoning War, which took place in Hyrule long ago.
And now, some news about Nintendo Switch Online.
Oh boy.
You can continue to enjoy Nintendo Switch Online on Switch 2. And with Nintendo Switch Online Plus Expansion Pack, you can enjoy a new membership benefit exclusively on Switch 2. Please take a look at this.
I'm glad they're going back
Nintendo Switch
to GameCube.
Online Plus Expansion Pack will be getting a new classic game library exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo GameCube, originally released in 2001. Here are the titles that will be available at
GameCube
launch.
had so many good
A
games.
Legend of Zelda game that looks like a cartoon come to life through cell shading. Controlling the wind using a mysterious baton, Link sets sail on an adventure across the Great Sea. The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker. Transcending history and the world, a tale of souls and swords eternally retold. In this 3D, weapons-based fighting game, each fighter comes equipped with a different weapon, and Link from the Legend of Zelda series enters the fray.
Of course.
Soul Calibur 2. Experience a world of white-knuckle racing at speeds over 2,000 kilometers per hour. 30 machines will put it all on the line in death-defying races.
Yep, Soul Calibur 2.
Featuring the series' first machine customization and story mode, get ready to experience F-Zero GX.
I'm surprised they haven't done
Games that
anything
support
more with
multiplayer,
F-Zero.
up to 4 can play together locally or online.
But I think it's
Enjoy
because
these
they're all in
classic
on
games
Mario
with
Kart.
clearer image quality and higher resolution than the original releases. You can also check the controls for each title and customize them to your liking.
That's nice.
More titles will be added in the future. Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo Classics, the Switch 2 exclusive game library coming to Nintendo Switch Online Plus Expansion Pack launches the same day as the hardware's release. And a dedicated controller designed after the original GameCube controller will also be released.
What if I have
it can
my
connect
original GameCube
wirelessly
controller?
and also has a C button to quickly access Game Chat. The Nintendo GameCube controller, exclusively available for Nintendo Switch Online members, will also be available the same day as Nintendo Switch 2.
Dude, you know that's like a $100
Whether you're familiar
controller.
with the games or haven't played them before, we hope you're looking forward to Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo Classics. Of course, you can continue to play select games from the systems shown here on Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh yeah, no, I think their
Okay,
expansion pack
let's
has
see
value.
some more games from our publishing and
I
development
don't like the
partners.
idea of paying for games I already have. So apparently they're releasing the 3rd and 4th chapters. Yeah, why does it always look like a bullet hell game to me? Like just saying. Because it is. That's... Yeah.
Hi, I'm Randy from Gearbox.
Okay.
Nintendo Switch through a
So,
Walkman
Borderlands 4, yada, yada, yada.
2025. We'll be sharing a lot of
Dennis Shirk from Firaxis Games.
Civ 7, yada, yada, yada.
Already upgrade.
Hi, I'm Lionel Jinks.
And I'm Ben Bishop.
Our final announcement for today is that WWE 2K is coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Plus NBA 2K as well.
We can't wait to see you in the ring.
And on the court.
4 kids find this old tattered map. Off they went armed with nothing but youthful enthusiasm and a profound lack of preparation. Boom! Terrible at steering a raft. Let's slay some trees. Awesome! You nailed it! Hook line and sinker. Tastes amazing, doesn't it? Really have started to master this survival thing. Next stop, the top. Ha! Nicely done. Well, I think that's everything. Let's set sail. This time, for home.
I mean, I get it's a kid's game, but I was like, it doesn't look that entertaining.
I'm Dave Crooks from Dodge Roll. Here's the first look at Enter the Gungeon 2.
Oh. I missed
Dodge
this on
countless
the first
bullets
time.
and aim for the Gungeon's depths in our roguelike shooter sequel. Now reloaded in a new 3D art style. You can expect some fan-favorite elements to return. We're still working on the game, and we're excited to share more with you in the future.
I'm not sure about a 3D bullet hell that's kind of isometric. That looks weird to me. Damn, Jay, you got auto-modded. That wasn't even one of the mods getting you. That was Twitch getting you. Something about cannibalism and murder. Wait, is this an Astroneer? Okay, I was gonna say, I feel like I've heard the theme before.
My name is Adam Badowski from CD Projekt Red. We are delighted to bring the immersive world of the is an open.
Yeah, none of
you can
y'all is getting
transport yourself
Cyberpunk on
to
the
seat
Switch,
and
but
discover
it's
new
gonna be
kind of-
available if you
スクエア
want
エニッ
it.
クスの浜口です。任天堂スイッチ2でファイナルファンタジー7リメイクインターグレードを発売いたします。
Now that's
本作は
interesting.
ミッドガル脱出までを描いた3部作シリーズの1作目とな
That
り
is,
20年以上の時を経て再創作された
That is Square
新しい
bringing
FF7 を
stuff back to
体験いただきま
Nintendo.
す。スイッチ2で展開する FF7 リメイクシリーズにぜひご期待ください。
Oh wait, yeah, hold on. I don't want to skip any of the reveals. So these are some of the upcoming games, chat. Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess, same day as Nintendo Switch 2. Something that no one cares about. In fact, let's just skip it. I'll go ahead. I'll pause on screen for like 2 seconds to let you guys savor this. I saw people being like, it's confirmed, it's coming out. I'm like, hold on, chat. Hold on. This doesn't give you a release date. This doesn't really confirm anything. This is just a trailer. So it's like, I get people being excited, but calm until you actually hear from Team Cherry. Like, yeah, expect December 31st or a delay. More confirmation than people have got. I know. Like, I understand why people are excited. It's just like, I'm worried that some people will be like let down somehow by this. Puyo Puyo Rune Factory? Star Wars Outlaws. Boy. What's interesting is some of these just show 2025, like they don't show same day as Switch 2. So like I'm really surprised that like Outlaws isn't same day as Switch 2. Which tells me that like Ubisoft didn't originally make that decision. And you can see some of these are coming out like a week or two after. So it's almost like, in a weird way, it's almost like Nintendo's like rushing the console out. Because the developers don't even appear to be ready. But it also makes me wonder, like, did the developers just not get the, like, dev kit for a while? Wait, there's a human fall flat too? Wait, what?
We've shown a lot of games so far. The
Crushing
next game will be the last from our
8 years
publishing.
old. I stand by what I said. I stand by what I said. Just because it's been a long time doesn't mean they're prepared.
And development partners. Please take a look.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too, Bob. It's like it maybe they just didn't queue the devs in until it was soon enough. Oh yeah, this was just some like really weird like vampire game.
I give you my blood.
Hand holding?
I give you my life. Turn, O wheel, and transport him to a night of moonlight, to humanity's very dusk.
Command spell spotted? I mean, that probably is the idea behind it. I debated all of you. This isn't some shitty vampire game. It's not Bloodborne 2. I'm not lying to you. It's not Bloodborne 2. Okay. It's legally distinct Bloodborne 2. With rockets. And Yoko Taro as the moon. And big froggy titty boys.
Close your eyes and contemplate now the moon, as befits the soon to depart.
I pray that you are able, carrier of blood.
Yeah, look, it's the Velocipaster.
Tears will flow for one, and one alone.
It's some guy in his underwear. See? I told you. It wasn't Bloodborne 2. It's a rat bird. Only on Switch 2.
What you just saw was a brand new game by From Software. We'll be publishing a creator's voice article where the game's director, Hidetaka Miyazaki, will share more details about the game, so please check it out when it's available.
Yeah, April 4th,
That's all
so
from our
literally
publishing
2
and
days.
development partners. We'd like to thank the developers who appeared today, as well as our publishing and development partners who prepared footage for this presentation.
Now, chat, it is described as a PvPvE game.
In addition to what you saw today,
so I'm not
our
sure
partners are
what
working
to
on
think
many
about
games
it.
coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
That's my birthday?
We'll
Happy
showcase more games in the
birthday,
future,
Avalon.
so we hope you're looking forward to it.
Talking about today, right?
Next, please take a look at this.
Chat, I feel like it's only right if on Avalon's actual birthday, nobody wishes him happy birthday. That happened before? Oh, damn. That's fucked. Oh, what could this be? Air Riders. So I guess it's multiplayer now. I find that really funny. Because people are like, oh man, we're going to get a new Smash. And then it's like, no, you got a new Kirby game.
Which originally released on the Nintendo GameCube system over 20 years ago, is getting a brand new game. We hope you're looking forward to Kirby Air Riders, directed by Masahiro Sakurai. Next is our last trailer for today. Please take a look.
My God, it's Mario Ring. DK. Donkey Kong is here. DK. Does Seth Rogen voice him? God, I hope not. Jack Sparrow, here's the fall. Not gonna lie, this game actually looks really nice. Like, you just get to just entirely environment destroy everything. He's bananas for bananas. Bonanza. It's not a launch title.
That was a brand new 3D platforming action game starring Donkey Kong, called Donkey Kong Bonanza. With incredible strength, smash through enemies, walls, the ground, and just about everything as you demolish your way through a massive underground world. More details will be shared in the future. We hope you're looking forward to it.
Thank you for watching so far.
To recap, Nintendo Switch 2 launches on June 5th. Finally, here are the hardware options that will be available at launch. we'll release Nintendo Switch 2, as well as a bundle that includes a digital version of Mario Kart World.
That's actually the value, chat.
For more details, please check the official Nintendo Switch 2 website, which goes live later today.
So you can't pre-order yet, don't worry about that. But quite literally, if you want Mario Kart, you need to get this bundle. Because apparently, if you do the math, this makes Mario Kart only cost like $50. If you buy them separate, you gotta pay $80 for Mario Kart. That shit's just stupid.
We've covered a lot of information, but that's all we have to share for today.
You'll have to wait just a bit longer for launch. We are very much looking forward to everyone being able to experience Nintendo Switch 2. We appreciate you joining us today. Thank you very much.
I bet you it's the digital version. Still better than paying $80. Holy crap. Bundles $700. It's insane. Yeah. I mean, so here's the thing, right? There's a lot of like really good stuff in this. There's a lot like people came out of this like kind of hype. Like they were like, "Oh my god, like this looks really good." But there were some like, "Wait, what do you mean that game is paid and not free? What do you mean I have to pay to upgrade my games?" The people heard that, they were like, "Well, that just kind of sucks, but whatever." Then you'll notice, chat, they didn't really talk dollars at all in this reveal. They didn't tell you how much the Switch console costs. They didn't tell you how much the games cost. So the console is going to be what, 450 USD, chat? And then games, there's a lot of like misinfo going out about the games right now. Some of the games are $80. I believe Donkey Kong is one of them, and the new Mario Kart is one of them. However, not every game is $80. The thing I don't like about this is I don't care. I don't think either Donkey Kong or Mario Kart are worth $80. That's just stupid to me. I think that's absolutely not it. I think if developers think they can get away with that, they're welcome to try. They'll probably get a lot of people to buy that bundle, but you're not going to get a ton of people to actually like pay for an $80 game. We've already seen this a ton in video gaming where recently we increased the price to $70. That $70 price increase resulted in probably the most toxicity I have seen in the gaming industry in a long time. Like, players just do not want to let developers off the hook if their game costs $70. If your game is not a like actual good, well-oiled machine worthy of those $70, people tear you a new one now. I can't imagine how it's going to be with $80. And there were already people being like, Rockstar sitting there on the side being like, how are people going to react to this? Because I want to charge $100. The interesting part too, and I'm not sure what to believe on this one. Supposedly, the physical editions of the games are going to cost $90. So they're going to charge a little bit more for physical. I actually don't have that big of a like deal with them charging a little bit more for a physical copy. What I do have a deal with is you're also already increasing the price on top of that. So that's just greed. Secondly, there are rumors swirling per data that is released on some of the sites like Walmart and Best Buy, where apparently there's some sort of rumor that you won't actually have a physical copy of the game. You will instead just get a disc, a little code, right? You'll plug that in and it will simply prompt you to download the game from the internet. At which point, that's not physical at all, and they should get sued for that, if you ask me. I know, like, we're getting to that point where it's like, Some of these other consoles are getting rid of their disk drives and stuff like that. But if that's actually the case, that's false advertising. That is not a physical copy of the game at all. You do not own that. And the second those e-services go down, years later, you will not be able to play that game anymore, let alone have a copy of it. So I don't like that one bit if that's true. I don't know if it's true, though. So take that with a grain of salt for right now. But that's one of those where it's like, oh, buddy, if that's actually a thing, I'm not pleased. Check gaming news for the source. So Nintendo America is English. Game key card overview, how it works. Insert the game key card. Okay. So it's a nothing burger. Good. I'm glad. Because I was going to say, because if they're actually doing that, no, they deserve to be sued. So, literally, this is a people on the internet taking things out of context to rage bait. So thank you for giving me this. I really like this. Because yeah, the first sentence immediately disproves this. There is a difference between you buying a game and you getting a game key card. So this would be, I don't know how you would get your hands on something like this, but this would be like, hey, I actually, almost like a Steam key, right? Except it's in a physical variety. So it'd have to be like you got a key somehow from like, I don't know, like a giveaway or something like that. Yeah. Because what people were saying is this was the problem. And it's like, if that is the way a physical version goes. So it's a reading comprehension problem. It may be, but usually with things like this, chat, because like, for instance, the image that I saw was this. This was the image that I saw posted. We didn't get the top portion, which was the explanation, which tells me someone purposefully took this out of context. They willfully did that because they didn't post the actual sauce. So the finer details that matter. Yeah. And that's where it's like, thank you. And you'll notice, chat, that's why I said it's like, it's if they're actually doing this, I'm pissed. But I don't know, take it with a grain of salt because I couldn't corroborate it. So it was one of those deals where, again, if I'm not sure, I will tell you I'm not sure and I will let you know to be careful with things that I'm saying like that. But yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, if they're actually doing that, holy shit, that's bad. But thank God they're not, if that's the case. So I think the $80 game value is going to be the big one for a lot of people. I actually don't have a problem with purchasing the Switch 2. I don't have a problem with getting that bundle for Mario Kart, but I think that is literally the only thing I don't have a problem with. I think the pricing of the console is really bad. I think sorry, not the pricing of the console. I think the pricing of the games is really bad. I think paying for upgrades for games is really bad. I don't really want to condone this in that regard. So as much as I would like to get the Switch 2 and get the Mario Kart bundle with it, I don't need it right now. I can wait. Maybe pick it up on the holiday or something after the price comes down a little. Because I think that's probably what'll happen with this. I do think they're going to sell a lot of copies. I do think there's going to be people that'll go all in on it. But I don't think this will be as successful as the Switch. And the reason why is because I suspect a lot of people are going to look at this and they're going to go, $80 ain't it, bro. And they're going to go like, I'm not doing that. Oh, Double raid. Hello, everybody. Hello, Mr. Musaki and Miss Ivy. How's it going? I was watching the Nintendo Direct with everybody. I actually watched it earlier today, but I didn't kind of like get to actually like pay attention to some of it. So I wanted to like rewatch and make sure there was nothing I missed and give chat my 2 cents on it. How are you guys doing? How was you guys' stream? I assume you guys watched this yourselves, because I remember I saw some of Moo's tweets on it. A bit cheaper in Japan, apparently. Apparently they have a different version of it, though. Like, that's what I've heard. But still. Classy Maid Lartoria, thank you. And Draco, thank you for the follow. Welcome. You're now stuck here for another 30 minutes? Oh, no, that's not how I roll. Lockdown in Japan, yeah. But yeah, so it's like I'm not a fan of the, like, I think the console price is fair. I think the games lineup looks good so far, but I don't know that I'm a fan of the price of the games. I think we already just had a jump to $70. I still had issues with the $70 jump because, one, it was coming at a really bad time economically, and two, you often hear developers talk a whole lot about how, like, oh, but games are so much more expensive to make. That's true, but you know what else has occurred throughout the past, like, several decades at this point? Games have gone entirely digital, so there's no scaling cost to them. And literally, the amount of gamers has, like, more than doubled, quadrupled in that time. So there's a reason that these companies, while somehow on one hand complaining that games cost too much more and they need to charge more, are also posting record profits. It's like, I'm sorry, no, you don't get to have your cake and eat it too. You can charge this $80, but I think it will come back to bite them, and I think it will impact sales numbers. So like I said, I don't see the Switch 2 being more successful than the Switch was. I think a lot of people are going to go, I have a Switch, I don't need a Switch 2, and they're just going to hold out until basically they put exclusives in their face that that person decides they have to have. That's the only way I can really see them getting away with this. Yeah, that's an interesting one, but it does look like, at least in that regard, Cross, that it's going to go in order of, like, kind of like seniority. So it's like, that's what you'll need in order to be able to secure it, like, right off the bat. But I think, like, from there, people that have less months of membership and less playtime will still get there. They just won't be a first come, first serve. And honestly, I think it's good that they're doing something to stop the scalpers. Like, I have to applaud them in that regard. But again, thank you guys for the raids. Hope you guys enjoyed your streams. I don't understand why Mario Kart is $80. If I had to guess, it's because they did in, like, it looks like they've done an open world, like always online type of experience for that. So it's more like Mario Kart as a service, if I can find it. Because it really looks like that's what they're going to do. My problem with this, chat, you know it, I know it. This is my issue with charging $80 for a game like this. Do you guys think that they're not going to have microtransactions in it? Do you think they're not going to release different racers over time, different carts, different cosmetics? They might not, but I just don't believe that they won't. So $80 is insane to me. I'm going to go ahead and say this, chat. That is Blizzard level of greed. Where it's like, hey, I want to charge full price for a live service game and then microtransact it. It's like, I don't know about that. That's a little bit too much. So I hate to say it, this is Nintendo on their greed arc. I don't know why, but suddenly it feels like Whereas in the past, Nintendo was always super generous on stuff like this. Like the problem that people had with Nintendo, aside from like copyright infringement issues and stuff, was that Nintendo never really put their products on sale. Like their first party titles are always full price. They go on sale maybe once a year and it's like maybe 20% off. They just don't ever reduce the prices on their games. That's been the biggest issue people have had with Nintendo in the past. With this though, now there's multiple things people have problems with. So the paying for upgrades is not good. The $80 price tag on some of these games is not good. And you know you're still going to have to pay for it online. You're still going to have to pay for DLC. So yeah, no, this is as greedy as Nintendo can basically get. And I don't think it's good. Like I said, I want to be excited for the Switch 2. I like the specs. I like the games lineup. I don't like the monetization. I do not like what they're doing here. And I'm somebody that's like, I have plenty of stuff to play. I have plenty of things to do. I don't need to do it. You only have to pay for certain upgrades. While I understand that, Kira, here's my standpoint. I don't care. If you have to pay for even one upgrade, this is a problem. And the reason why is because, yeah, oh, look, like 5 to 10 of these games required paid upgrades. They're also like the most popular games. The rest of the games don't require a paid upgrade. Why? If everybody else can do it for free, why do those ones have to charge? So it's like I see that and I go like, I don't know. That seems kind of scummy. I hope Fate Extra Record doesn't stay exclusive on Switch. I can imagine Fate Extra Record would be one of those deals where even if it releases on Switch, you could play it on Switch 2 and they probably wouldn't charge you for the upgrade. Because I think that's just the way Fate games are going to work in the future. Because they know people will pay for them. Yeah, they're going to get away with what they can get away with. However, like I said, this is one of those vote with your wallet type of situations, chat. You can choose to be part of the problem and go for the upgrade and pay for it and condone this type of behavior. Or you can choose not to be. Choice is yours. I'm not going to like sit here and like try to browbeat you and be like, you shouldn't do that, blah, blah, blah. If you want to, go for it. Just keep in mind that by doing this, you are letting Nintendo get away with it. So it is what it is. If you want to see more stuff like this, go ahead and do it. Like I said, I'm on the fence at this point. The game pricing especially is really killing my desire to want to get this console right now. And I know not every game is that price, but I smell a rat. I see it for what it is. They are absolutely trying to increase the price of these across the board, and I just don't want that to become the new norm. They'll try to. Personally, I hope that the Switch 2 does not sell well because of that. I hope that this turns into another Wii U moment for them, and they look back at this and they go, this is what we should not have done. Now, in the future, let's change things. I don't know if they will. Maybe it's inevitable. Maybe we all end up paying the $80 price. But I personally hope that we don't. I hope that that these developers kind of begin to learn. So. None of the upgrades shown in the Direct seemed all that attractive, IMO. I agree. Like, and they'll sit there and they'll say like, oh, well, you get enhanced graphics and enhanced loading. I'm like, chat, you do realize the enhanced loading is just, it's not something they did. It's literally because it's on the better processor. So it's like you playing it on the Switch 2, regardless of whether or not you upgraded, would give you the better loading. So at that point, I'm going to say it's like, yeah, you're basically paying for enhanced graphics. I don't think that's really necessarily worth it, especially depending on the game. Like, honestly, for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, it's like, oh yeah, sure, the game's going to look better. I feel like they're already very like stylized appearances anyway, so I don't really have to have the better graphics on it. And then I think, to me, what's especially bad about those two is they don't add any actual additional gameplay features. If you go look at something like Mario Party Jamboree, at least they're adding new content to justify that price tag. I don't really see that with Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. And I think some of the other ones, it's like whatever it's providing is quite minimal. So I have a website for the Switch 2 edition upgrade. Yeah, I heard people saying that they thought it was going to be $10, which I'm going to say $10 is like, at least it's not them trying to make you pay like $30 for an upgrade or something like that. But if it is $10, it's like, as much as I don't like it, at least it's a reasonably fair price for what I would consider that to be. I don't like it. I don't want to condone it. But yeah, it's like, so all this is showing you is like, this is what it does, right? Yeah, so you get the new modes in Jamboree. You get a new story in the Forgotten Land. The Pokemon Legends one just does not fucking seem worth it at all. Now, to be fair, chat, if your game is like not out yet, like in ZA's case, just literally buy the Switch 2 version. Don't buy the original Switch version and upgrade it. Just buy the Switch 2 version at that point. But yeah, I look at some of this and I go like, I don't know. Choose from the 2 display modes. Yeah, so it's like Metroid Prime. Honestly, Prime 4 is like probably the biggest reason I would want to buy a Switch 2. Probably the biggest reason. And I can get it for the Nintendo Switch. So I don't know that it matters for me. But it be what it be. I'll stick to content packs already present for every game with an upgrade pack. Yeah, I think the big question is going to be like, can you actually play without doing the upgrade on the new console? That was the one we were debating on stream. Their language seems to not indicate that you can. I can't believe if they actually do that, though. Like, if they actually make it so a Switch 1 game that has an upgrade pack can't be played unless you purchase the upgrade pack, that is scummy. So it's like, I don't see them doing that. I feel like it would just be like, hey, if you pay for it, you get the better benefits, but you can play the Switch 1 version on the Switch 2. As far as I can tell, they have not explicitly said that, which is kind of wild to me. Yeah, they did mention that some games would not be compatible, so. The language is a bit confusing, but you can still play. Listen, chat. Until I see them specifically say that, I choose not to believe it. You guys can get upset with me all you want, but like, I will literally, until I see the word come out of Nintendo's mouth, I'm not going to believe it. Because it's better to doubt them and be a skeptic than it is to just buy it hook, line, and sinker. Better hang on to my old Switch then. Yeah, so apparently like is it like GameStop is doing like a trade-in for old Switches where you can get up to like $175 for a Switch OLED. And I'm like, I get it, but I don't know that I want to give up the old version of the console, specifically because at some point, with a Switch 2 being out, if the Switch 2 does sell well, then the Switch 1 will become the rarer console. So it's like, you don't want to get rid of it at that point, because that would literally be worth money. So, like, I'm not sure I would do the trade-in at that point, but it depends on your outlook on whether or not you want to, like, save, like, Switch paraphernalia and stuff. Anyways, chat, I'm going to end it here for tonight. Let us go find somebody to love. I am seeing a Mr. Fox for us. He's online. Let's go give him some attention. And I will be back, chat, probably tomorrow. At some point, I may take a day off. JP been doing upgrades, so we'll see. Maybe they'll do more. If there's a reason to, I'll definitely be on. But if there's not, I may take the day. Just stay tuned. I'll let you guys know on Discord. So if you guys haven't already, join the Discord. That way we can let you guys know if I'm going to be live or not. In the interim, don't forget, go check out the Lartoria video we just got out today. Like I said, really helped me out if you guys would go give that some views, even if you already watched it on stream. And yeah, like I said, I'll be back either tomorrow or the day after. So thank you guys for being here. Go give Mr. Fox my love. Have a good evening.